everyone, welcome back to the National Television Network live broadcast of the Senate sitting for today, Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. I'm Primus Hutchinson. Senators on both sides of the upper house will continue to debate the appropriation bill for the year 2021-22 in the amount of $1.6339 billion. In the morning session, we saw a presentation by Senator Honorable Mary Isaac, Opposition Senator Honorable Gideon Ferdinand, and our new senator on the government side, Honorable Vincent London, who was just sworn in this morning, and also delivered his maiden speech. Also presenting this morning was the senator on the opposition side, Honorable Terence St. Clair. A number of members on both sides are already seated, awaiting the entry of the President of the Senate. We expect his entry any moment from now. I see the Sergeant of Arms having a discussion with one of the opposition senators, and I expect that the President of the Senate will make her entrance very soon. But before she does, maybe what we can do is to present a few news items on education. As you know, school resumed operation on Monday, and with news coming from the Ministry of Education, is saying that after consultation with stakeholders, school resumed physical operations on the third term of the 2020-21 academic year. Students returned to the physical setting from Monday, April 19, 2021. During the academic year, from Monday, April 19, during the academic year, distributed learning using various modalities at our educational institutions has been the norm. The Minister said they applaud the educators and parents as they supported their students and wards. Of paramount importance, according to the Ministry, is the health and safety of students and staff. Support staff have been charged with the responsibility of preparing the physical plant. Moreover, the Department of Education, Innovation and Gender Relations continue to rely on the guidance of the Ministry of Health and Wellness so as to ensure that classes are conducted in a safe environment. Educational institutions will operate from Monday to Friday based on the established school hours. Some schools will adopt a world school approach based on physical infrastructure and school population. 34 schools will operate using the alternate day system. A 6-day cycle will be used, thus providing at least 3 days of face-to-face instruction to students. Mass crowd gatherings are not permissible at this time, says the Ministry. Sporting activities are limited to small group physical engagement and non-contact sporting activities. Educators are encouraged to engage in prior preparations to ensure a smooth reopening and execution of classes at schools island-wide. The Department of Education, Innovation and Gender Relations will continue to remain in close contact with stakeholders. Our goal, says the Ministry, is to have students receive the required instruction and support in their educational journeys. As I indicated earlier, most of the members on both sides of the Senate are seated, awaiting the arrival of the President, Madam President Judy McIntyre, which we expect will be any time soon, as I indicated a moment ago. To continue news on education, Chief Education Officer Dr. Fiona Philip Mile says that Although students were away from the classrooms for some time to protect their health, she's happy to be able to welcome them back to school for term 3. Dr. Meyer says, luckily we have had parents speak to the importance of students returning to the classrooms. We recognize as educators that the longer children stay away from the physical infrastructure of a school setting, the more difficult it is to adjust, unquote. Dr. Meyer added that while challenges and limitations may arise, it will be managed through the collaborative effort of parents and teachers as they strive towards the progress and success of each child. Speaking to the health and safety of students, Dr. Meyer, or the Chief Education Officer, expressed confidence in the children's ability to follow protocols. She says, I will always argue that our students know the approach better than the adults, particularly the little ones. The infant and primary schoolers are very good at the social distancing. She said the infant and primary schoolers are very good at that. Social distancing continues to be a significant part of our protocol, says Dr. Meyer, and we have done a lot in terms of educating our children about COVID-19 protocols and what to do. So it is now a matter of implementation, Dr. Meyer says. Parents are also urged to engage students at home on the importance of following the protocol. Well, we still await the arrival of the President of the Senate, while the members on both sides are seated, quietly awaiting. I've been given the signal that the President is about to make her entrance. I can see the Sergeant of Arms walking up the stairs and followed by the Madam President. So in just a moment, the afternoon session will begin. And any moment now, the Sergeant of Arms will make her appearance at the entrance. And there she goes to make her announcement.
Senators in the House last rose, we were on the second reading of the appropriation bill. Senator Jawa here.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues, senators. Madam President, if you permit me just a minute, I wish to extend sincere condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, as we discovered yesterday that 2 more persons died from COVID-19 right here in St. Lucia. And also to extend condolences to former Senator Joachim Henry, who suddenly lost his son, Dr. Josimar Henry, I remember this young man as a very warm and kind-hearted individual when he and I attended the St. Lucia School of Music. Very welcoming and very pleasant. He will certainly be missed. And Madam President, through you, I ask that our members, if they feel so inclined, to remember him and uplift him in prayer. Madam President, there seems to be a very dark cloud, a cloud of sadness, hopelessness, and dismay in this country, where almost everywhere you go, you encounter someone who is going through one of the worst periods of their life. And the grief that emanates from these people might sometimes put a damper on your spirits. But even in this dark era, we must find strength, and I find strength when I think of what Honorable Owen Arthur, former Prime Minister of Barbados, once said, that an event has happened among us upon which it is difficult to speak and impossible to be silent. And Madam President, this event that I speak of is the 2022 estimates that we are here to debate today. Madam President, before us is a resolution to adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2021-2022 in the sum of $1,638,600,900 as a charge against the Consolidated Fund and other funds of the State of St. Lucia, an estimate that determines the future of our people, and as the Prime Minister has said, the most important one of our time. But Madam President, I listened to the opening statement by the leader of government business, and I noted the same rhetoric, promises, PR, but not the reality. Who really is this budget for, Madam President? It is certainly not for the Rastafarian who continuously feels oppressed by a system, scared because he's still targeted as a minority group. He cannot practice his religion because the government still pays lip service when it comes to decriminalizing of marijuana. Hundreds of our boys are still behind bars because of a joint, and today is 420, recognized as World Cannabis Day. This bill is not for Devontae Monaville, who is a member of another minority group fighting for equality. It is not for Drew from Odza, who has no idea how she will send her children to school. It is not for the people of Mikunof, who are experiencing this gale of strong winds of mass destruction, where their children's laptop program was taken away. It is not for the young man caught in the web of crime and violence in Grosile, not for the vulnerable in Castries Central, who constantly experience this flood of poverty and suffering, not for the farmers of Castries Southeast, who are still waiting for that guy to bring the farmers market. Because you know why, Madam President? The story that we are living in right now is a story of two St. Lucians. Two St. Lucias, one that benefits friends, families, and undeserving foreigners, and one that does not prioritize the health and development of our people. And I will tell you what I mean by this. Madam President, of this $1.639 billion, noting the effects of COVID-19 on our revenues from the tourism industry, which represents the greatest part of our GDP, we still see no mention of diversifying our revenue forms to not just focus solely on filling hotel rooms, but on venturing into other areas which can stimulate the economy. Madam President, we take a look at page 27 of the Economic and Social Review 2020, where we see that the agriculture sector fell by 9.5%. We saw how our banana industry was severely impacted by unfavorable developments such as price wars in supermarkets in Europe, which is where we export our bananas to. These developments resulted in low retail prices. But Madam President, up to this day, I still do not understand why, And with everything that we are experiencing with COVID-19, including suffering a tremendous loss to supplying our produce to the hotels, who also took a blow to COVID, that there is just a failure to see the potential that our country holds as it relates to diversifying in our agricultural exports. And I pay attention to agriculture in this part of my presentation, Madam President, because I do believe that it is an untapped resource, an area that we should have been developing, seen more from the government in the estimates, but we still have not seen so. Madam President, according to a published document from the European Commission referring to an outlook for EU agricultural markets, the EU admits that it is not self-sufficient in certain inputs, such as mineral fertilizers, and they import these from markets such as China. With the sargassum seaweed that we complain about, which we find on the shores of the East Coast, which can be transformed into fertilizer,
Senator,
is one opportunity
Senator,
that we can tap into.
Senator, you just quoted from an EU source. From where? And in what year?
Okay, certainly. It's a published document released in 2020 on the website of the European Commission. I can, at a later time, circulate this for the other members to see.
Year?
Pardon?
The year?
2020.
Thank you.
So, as I was saying, Madam President, this same sargassum seaweed that we complain about, we can use that and transform it into some sort of fertilizer where our young people can tap into and actively participate, because this is a market that the EU has been saying is untapped, and they're certainly in need of resources such as mineral fertilizers. The coconut husks that pile up after coconut water sales, these can also be processed in what you call briquettes, which is compressed material that consists of combustible biomass, which can be used as coal or fuel. This is a brilliant idea from a young St. Lucian man who is still asking himself, why are we just not exploring our agricultural potential? Just think of the value added that cocoa presents. And I'm not just talking about the wet cocoa, but the chocolates which can go up for up to 10 US because it is exotic and coming from St. Lucia. These are things which demand the highest value in the same European Union market, but yet still we are focusing on putting all of our eggs in one basket. Again, visionless. The services in agriculture that speak to our young people in IT, whether aquaponics or hydroponics, canning of our pineapples, canning of our mangoes, which soon in mango season will be seen falling from the trees in Moshi. All of these our young people can be part of in terms of developing our agricultural sector, both locally and exporting to our neighboring and regional territories. Even the fish in our waters, Madam President, we can salt them, we can dry them, we can reduce on the import of salt fish. Our neighboring islands such as Martinique are always looking for fish and fish products. But we do not have an accredited facility in St. Lucia to export to the EU. And the only countries in our region who have an accredited facility are Grenada and St. Vincent. Can you imagine how much we could tap into if we would just focus more on our agricultural sector? Can we imagine where St. Lucia will be if we only focused on these opportunities? Just imagine of the value that is added, because we know that the higher prices are received from the value added and not necessarily from products which are in its natural form. But again, we see that this industry was not taken seriously when the budget was presented to us, because our farmers, as we were told, cannot manage money. And of course, there has been no diversity in this industry, which will provide the answers for our food security and lowering our food import bill. Madam President, we take a look at page 29 and notice the decline in chicken production. And of course, this was attributed to diminished activity in the hotel and tourism sector, where demand was greatest locally. The area of livestock has proven to be another missed opportunity where there is no focus on outside markets. Madam President, you removed the abattoir in Beauce-Vieux Forts, where we would be able to process specialized cuts in beef and goat meats, which we know attracts a higher price. And you know what you do? You replace it with a livestock station in Miku, which I understand is not a meat processing facility, but office space for technical assistance. I have to wonder, Madam President, what really drives the decision-making of this country? You would recall that the plan was for St. Lucia to supply the Southern Caribbean with livestock, those specialized cuts. You just have to wonder, what did the government drink? Because it appears to be drunk. Drunk with incompetence, drunk with no sense of direction, and drunk with no feelings for the livestock farmers who could have benefited from those regional opportunities. And so the loss of this abattoir and its potential might very well be the biggest loss to our agricultural diversification opportunities. I move on, Madam President, because at this point I want to bring our focus to what has been offered for youth development. A government that cares for our youth would not deliberately stifle their opportunities just because they did not vote for you, Madam President. You try to score cheap political points directed at the leader of the opposition and parliamentary rep for Castries East, a man of vision who has shown nothing but care for his people. And you will take to the airwaves and tell people, and I quote, "The people of Castries East chose categorically to reject the United Workers' Party at the last election. 11 other constituencies said to the United Workers' Party, yes, we want to build a new St. Lucia with you. We are on the road with you, and we will be working with you." And so the government sought to invest in those communities. You know what this says to me, Madam President? 2 St. Lucias. One for friends, family, and foreigners, and one for the people of St. Lucia who still have not received anything substantial from this government. But where in the world would you hear a government official tell its people, much less the people of your own constituency, that you did not vote for me, so I will not invest in you? Where, Madam President? But only in St. Lucia we see those things happening. Only in St. Lucia will we tolerate and accept this sort of behavior from politicians who should be representing a minority group in this honorable house, who should be an example for our children, who represent a ministry that seeks to represent the interests of the majority of our population, which is our young people. And this is what we have at the helm. This is the example that we want our children to follow. Why are these people still here in the house of the people? They should not be here, Madam President, because clearly they do not represent the interests of our people. But I will move on.
Senator, in your submission, we still have to remember we're in the Senate where we need to be polite and we do not refer to each other as these people.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm so guided. And I continue. I waited for an apology. I waited. But who was I kidding? Because this government tells our people that we will not support you if you do not support us. We are ashamed of you because you are an ex-convict. We do not want to talk to you because you have been to prison, and yet you want to attack a man who has done nothing but be honest in the last 25 years in this politics to represent the interests of our people.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, on a point of order, Madam President. 37.5, Madam President, the Senator is imputing improper motives to members on this side of the House, Madam President.
Senator.
Sorry, Madam President, with what improper motive? Okay, Madam President, through you, I just want our young people to understand that even when members on the other side say nothing, when we are continuously being victimized, that they should want to say something, Madam President. Because you know our young people will tell you, I don't do politics because what I see happening with this government, but we must speak out. We cannot stay silent whilst we watch our people suffer under this administration year after year. The airport, what happened to the hotels you promised our people, which would create
government business.
Madam President, on a point of order, Madam President, I'm standing because I don't see the relevance to the bill, Madam President. I'm hearing about you are a criminal, I don't see anything relating to that. The bill does not relate to what is going on there, Madam President.
Senator?
Certainly you will understand as I tie it in.
Please tie what you're saying to the fact that we are dealing with the appropriation bill. And when you make that specific point, then move along.
Yes, Madam President. You see, what we have in front of us is an appropriations bill, and it makes it very difficult for our people to bite into it. And I will tell you why. The airports and what happened to the hotels that this government promised our people, which would create jobs for our young people. What we see, Madam President, again, is just promises and PR, but certainly not the reality. Renderings as if our people are not smart enough to see it. We're going to do this in 2016. We're going to do this in 2019. We'll do that in 2020 because of COVID. But even before COVID, Madam President, the government made promises to our people and it refuses to keep those promises. How realistic is this budget? If 4 years, 4.5 years, we still have not seen any major project from this government, and we are supposed to bite into this bill before us? All we are seeing is neglect for constituencies that did not bite in to the policies of the government. How realistic are those estimates, especially on the eve of an election? You broke ground in 2019 for the HIA, for the Urinura International Airport, and now, a few months away from an election, you decide to begin work with the aim of what? But Madam President...
Senator, also remember you're speaking to me, and you've said you are so many times, and I'm not doing any of the things you're saying. I did not want to stop you before, but you've said it so many times, okay? So you remember you're speaking to me.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam President. The projects that have needed urgent attention, providing relief to farmers, fishers, taxi drivers, barbers, pensioners, have not gotten an increase in pension for a very long time. Some of them, due to the effects of COVID, even their children have lost their jobs. But this government just does not care because we see appropriations for everything else but direct interventions for our people. Madam President, if we look at the allocation for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, $9 million, the government does not care about sportsmen and women in St. Lucia when we know that sports saves lives. It keeps our young people off the streets. It builds resilience. It builds discipline. And we see that the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports is one of the ministries with the lowest allocation. Only $9 million. Only $9 million for the future of our country, our young people. But we see almost 20 million can be awarded in direct contracts for roads, for less than 2 miles of roads. Only 9 million, but you say that you care about the future of this country. Madam President, these estimates, the lack of substance, its emptiness, just shows me, it shows the people of St. Lucia that the government was certainly not producing and tried to use COVID as an excuse to execute last-minute projects when the clock has already started. You removed the laptop program, and now Sister Drew, as I said from Odsa, has 4 children using her phone to do their schoolwork, and you say you care about young people, 9 million. Even in this crucial time, school has reopened, and some ICT centers are still not fully functioning, like the one in Grand River Grosley. So where will our children go if the alternative to the 1 laptop per child was access to school and learning at these ICT centers? But still, you only give them $9 million. Madam President, we thought COVID was the greatest disaster we would experience, but the greatest disaster to this country is this government. Madam President, I anticipate the rebuttals and attacks on what I just said, because as we have seen, when one shares their opinion, the government will publicly let you know how it feels about you. Evidence of the two St. Lucias, and that's the two St. Lucias that we see. One which continues to stifle the democracy, freedom, and rights of our people. A St. Lucia created by this government that aims to play on your mind, that if you do not vote for me, I will not support you. Where people think that they now have to sell their souls just so they can feed their children. Why should our children have to follow these examples? But Madam President, I have faith in you, in our people. I have faith in humanity that come this next general election, they will vote for a party that is inclusive, a party that has deep empathy for our people, and a party that will put them first. Finally, Madam President, I look at what has been allocated in the Ministry of Health and what has been collected in nearly a year, almost $500 million, and we still do not know what all of this money has been used for, because there is always this lack of transparency with this government. We talk about our health being our wealth, but it seems that we are a very poor nation, not forgetting that the Prime Minister did say that the country is broke. Our healthcare system is broken. We are still in a crisis due to the mismanagement of the effects of the pandemic by this government. But I really want to ask, with the money that has been received, has it been used to improve, say, even our contact tracing systems? I'm not too sure about that, Madam President, and I can speak firsthand of this. Because of the 69 deaths in St. Lucia that we had, one of them was my grandfather. And I want to tell everybody who is listening through you, Madam President, exactly what is going on. A few weeks ago, we were home, we got a call, my grandfather was not feeling too well. I'm just tying it in, Madam President, to the allocations for our health sector. We got a call about my grandfather not being too well, and he needed to be rushed to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed him and said he had pneumonia.
Senator, let us have your story as quickly as possible, because I'm really giving you some latitude here. It's about the appropriation bill, and you keep telling me you're going to tie things to the bill.
Certainly, Madam President, because with all the amount we see that is being shared, these amounts that is being shared to take care of our health sector, we are just not seeing where the money is going. And my example, my personal story tells you that even for things, simple things, the simplest thing, which is contact tracing, to help prevent the spread of COVID-19, it is not happening. Madam President, our healthcare system is in a mess, like I said. So the example that I was giving was we got a call that he had pneumonia, brought him to the hospital. We later on got a call saying he tested positive for COVID-19. We did not see him in the hospital. The family members who took care of him never saw him. Weeks passed because my family had to come to St. Lucia so they can bury their father. Up to a day like today, we have not seen the man that we put into the ground. But you know how we found out that he had COVID-19? After a press release was stated out there, issued to the public. This is when we found out. Up to a day like today, nobody from the ministry has called and asked about, did you interact with this and that person? That just goes to show you how our healthcare system continues to fail us.
Madam President, on a point of order or a point of elucidation, Madam President, I want to make it clear in this House that the Ministry of Health does not release press releases with anyone's name on it, Madam President. Not any deceased person, not any patient. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator, can you move along? I'm still not seeing the connection between the appropriation bill and your example.
Yes, Madam President. As I explained, I am giving an example as to why it is impossible to believe that these monies that is being budgeted for will be used for the intended purposes.
No, you said it originally it was to show that contact tracing was not occurring. You have not brought it to that. You're talking about a press release and notifying of a death, but you have not spoken to contact tracing.
Well, yes.
So, which you said was part of how monies are spent in the appropriation bills. So if you can't tie it to that, then move along.
Madam President, right before the leader of government business stood, I was making the point that up to a day like today, nobody from my family has been contacted to find out if there was any interaction with the person that was said to have been diagnosed with COVID-19. I'll move on, Madam President. We are still, as I said, not sold on any fact that this contact tracing is at a level that we can say we can manage what COVID might bring next. The forensic lab was opened for only a week. Machinery needed to give a quicker turnaround to lab results was not even present. Can we not afford it with the nearly $500 million we have borrowed so far? Madam President, you see, putting people first is just not a catchphrase. It is something deeper. And from the research that I have done, which goes back as far to the founding fathers of the St. Lucia Labour Party, who were moved to form this party under the slogan, Bread, Justice, and Freedom, it focuses on putting people first at the center of everything we do. As I said, Madam President, earlier, it is very difficult to bite into these appropriations. It is difficult to believe that even before COVID, there were plenty of opportunities for the government to deliver in key areas, and still there is nothing to show for it. Madam President, as a young person speaking on behalf of other young people, seeking to change the lives of others, I pondered on the words written in 1957 by Ayn Rand, and she said, "When you see that in order to produce, you need to obtain permission from men who produce nothing, when you see that money is flowing to those who deal not in goods, but in favors, when you see that men get richer by graft and by pull than by work, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you, when you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is doomed." But this is not what we want, Madam President. And as we look forward to what is to come, we must make that conscious decision to choose wisely. And with those words in mind, I want, through you, Madam President, to appeal to our sons and daughters of St. Lucia that we cannot say, "I don't do politics," because silence is a political statement. We cannot stay silent on matters that determine our future. If we want to build a resilient nation, if we want to adapt, to overcome, and continue persevering, we must understand that putting people first is the only way we can achieve this. And with the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, the St. Lucia Labour Party will lead this great country out of this dark hole, because there is certainly light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Senator Polius.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to lend my full, unequivocal support to the appropriation bill for 2021-2022 fiscal year. But before I delve into my presentation, Madam President, I humbly implore leave of you to express my sympathies to Jane Edmond and her family, the Joseph and Esteva family of Gadet for the loss, Sergeant Gustav, Kay, and Desma and family for the passing of their father, Timothy Christoph, former Senator Joachim Henry, and the families all across the length and breadth of St. Lucia who have lost a loved one, either through natural causes, accidents, COVID-19, or otherwise. Only yesterday, Madam President, one early childhood educator, a former student, informed me of the passing of another early childhood educator, Suellen Bihari Small. Madam President, I had the privilege of teaching this early childhood practitioner, a diligent young woman who had a profound passion for working with children. Indeed, Madam President, the early childhood sector has lost a remarkable educator. My sympathies go out to the family, friends, and colleagues. Madam President, I wish to congratulate Senator London on his appointment and a well thought through presentation and excellent delivery. I do appreciate your indulgence, Madam President, and I will now turn my attention to the bill. Madam President, in an effort to show my support for the appropriation bill, I will proceed by highlighting some of the achievements of the United Workers' Party administration with specific reference to the constituency of Denrinoff. Madam President, on June 6, 2016, when the majority of St. Lucians conscientiously decided to liberate this country from the excruciating years of labor pain and to elect a United Workers' Party government, they knew exactly what they were doing. And is it by divine, Madam President, that it is this UWP government that is the one governing this country today as they face this global pandemic, and not a St. Lucia Labour Party administration? Despite all the Labour Party's political tricks, intimidation tactics, slanderous statements, the windy rhetoric and payoffs, Madam President, the people had to teach them a lesson. And might I hasten to add, Madam President, that the members on this side of the House are guided. For we too are cognizant that this government will suffer the very same fate if the majority of St. Lucians, and I want to make a distinction here, that the majority of St. Lucians, not just the members opposite, or the leader of the opposition, or the member for Denrinoff, but most St. Lucians are of the conviction that the United Workers' Party government has not lived up to its billing. In other words, Madam President, if most of the sons and daughters of this nation are not convinced that a United Workers' Party administration under the stewardship of the political leader and Prime Minister, Honorable Alan Chasney, has delivered, then the very same ill-fated outcome will be realized. But, Madam President, I doubt this very much.
Remember, we are dealing with the appropriation bill. So I'm giving you some latitude. Tie
Thank
it
you.
together or move along, please.
I was just about to tie it up to the appropriation bill. Madam President, it is without question that there is much to be done. And of course, I do concur that there is room for improvement in most sectors, if not all. However, we must admit that this government has done very well in delivering its mandate and managing the affairs of this country, particularly in the midst of a global pandemic. Just as much as constructive criticism be given by the opposition, so should some recognition and credit be ascribed to this government for the various projects, interventions, and support programs from which the people of St. Lucia have benefited, including the members opposite, their friends and relatives, and the extensions. Madam President, we need to give some credit where credit is due. And the leader of opposition business did speak to this in his presentation. And not just mere lashing out for opposing sake. But you know what, Madam President, I understand. Because when one has nothing substantial to show, he goes out criticizing or ridiculing the achievements of his counterparts. As it relates to water, the woeful water situation that residents of Dennery North endured for decades is now a thing of the past. More than 10,000 residents currently have access to better quality water and a more reliable water supply to their homes and to various pocket communities in Dennery North. Madam President, we salute the collaboration of two governments. And this is where we give credit where credit is due. The incumbent government and the St. Lucia Labour Party government, as well as the government of Mexico, for the implementation and completion of the Dennery North Water Supply Redevelopment Project. But it would be remiss of me, Madam President, not to express my gratitude through you to all previous community development groups in Dennery North. And special mention must be made of the Grand Riviera Development Group, the Garrett Improvement Committee, of which I was president for more than a decade. District representatives, both past and present, who have played a quintessential role in ensuring that this long overdue water project became a reality. Madam President, it is this kind of partnership and continuity in project implementation that the people of Dennery North and St. Lucia by extension desire in the advancement of the constituency and in our quest to build a better St. Lucia. Madam President, the implementation of such a project requires proper maintenance to ensure its efficacy and longevity. Through you, Madam President, I would like to remind the residents of Dennery North that the equipment and infrastructure belong to them, not the government of Mexico or the St. Lucia Labour Party or the United Workers' Party. It is theirs, Madam President, and so it is their responsibility to safeguard it. Anou mouchwe gouvernement qui nous apprécie projet glo sala parce que glo c'est la vie. Let us protect what belongs to us. So report leaks and breaks you see in the water tanks and pipes to Wasco workers in the area. Wasco needs our support in repairing and restoring broken infrastructure and to ensure that this project lasts a lifetime. Madam President, through the Community Development Program, Dennery North has benefited from various infrastructural projects. The long-awaited Lapel Road, which is under construction, will bring much relief to the residents of Lapel and environs. No longer will the residents need to carry another pair of shoes when venturing out on a wet day. Very soon, minibus drivers will be dropping them a few steps away from their home. Madam President, through you, I would like to say to the people of Lapel that they should not be fooled by the propaganda that this government will not complete the road and this is only a trick to get their votes. This is ludicrous. You see, Madam President, it can be a bit embarrassing to a leader who claims to care so much for the residents of Lapel, spent 5 years in office, had access to resources at his disposal, and to deliver on his promise to the residents, but you know what? Neglected and failed the people miserably. So, Madam President, when I listened to Senator Jurawe's presentation, I realized that the description or the picture that she painted fits some of her colleagues perfectly. And perhaps there is need, Madam President, for the senator to be a lot more acquainted with what is happening in other constituencies, so that the advice, the wisdom, the good counsel that is given, Madam President, can be offered to your colleagues. The Vie-Banan Bridge, Madam President, still under the Community Development Program, and through the efforts of the Ministry of Infrastructure, is now complete, reducing the pressure and traffic along the Tila-Rissus Road to Oleon. Torrential rains continue to compromise existing roads, walls and bridges, and cause much damage to homes, particularly those on higher ground. Retaining walls in Oleon, Gadet, Austin Hill, and Dibonnet are urgently needed to avoid further mishap to infrastructure and homes. Madam President, the residents of Alemon and Grand Riviere, including Japas, Vex, Yellow, Johnson, and Oltes, are now relieved because they have a more motorable road and better drains, something that the member for Dennery North promised to do during his first 100 days in office. Another empty promise. Another empty promise, Madam President. Through the provision of materials by the CDP, Community Development Program funding, these men demonstrated to the rest of Dennery North that together they can do for themselves. That community spirit, Madam President, is what I admire the most about the residents of Alemon. And I have no doubt that they've seen the light. And I am confident too that come election day, they will proudly march to the polls to say, not again. So the next time, Madam President, there is a self-help project in Alemon or any other community in Dennery North, I will extend an invitation to some of my colleagues on the opposite side, as well as the member for Dennery North, to lend a helping hand to carry a few blocks, lift a shovel, and to show the constituents and the community in general, for that matter, how pleasing and comforting it is to be working, eating, and laughing with them. This is the kind of leader that Denry North needs, not a mere spectator, but one who connects with the people. We continue under the Community Development Program. Madam President, the drains have been constructed in Richfond, near Tiom, in New Village, next to the Sandy Fords, in Gadet, next to Mr. Esteva, Belmont, next to Peter Mongra. This was in an effort, Madam President, to channel excess water and to prevent landslides and flooding. Footpaths have been built in Gadet next to Mr. Matthew, Montpie in Grand Ravine next to Mrs. Edgar, in Oleon next to Mr. Russell. And you know, one of the things that moved me so much, Madam President, is that when Mr. Russell explained to me that his wife fell right there in the yard because it is a bit slopey and broke her leg, I could not turn a blind eye. I could not. I had to assist. A crossover bridge constructed in Dibonais has made homes behind the small ravine by Eva more accessible. Retaining walls have been constructed near Cynthia's shop in Tomazo and Almalin's home in Montparnasse, Grand Riviere. What is it, Madam President, that the member for Denry North have to show for his 5 years in office? And if, Madam President, the member has had so much...
Order. Point of order, 37-1. Yes.
Leader of government business.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise on a point of order,
opposition
37-1.
business, sorry.
Yes. The member, and that refers to the content of the speech and relevance to the bill. The member, the senator so far, every time for the last 10 minutes or so, what I'm gathering is that she's basically talking about Denry North and the parliamentary rep particularly. So I don't know if this bill is about Denry North and the parliamentary rep's performance or the parliamentary rep's lack thereof, but I think the extensive content of her presentation is about that. I think in this upper house we have no parliamentary reps. So I don't know that the appropriations bill is about any specific parliamentary rep, particularly Denry North.
Senator, a reference to what projects are being done within the whole of St. Lucia is fine. But you appear to tie it all back to specific parliamentary reps, and we are getting long debates on whether they are doing what they should be doing or not doing what they should be doing, etc. The thing is, it is about the appropriation bill. So yes, you can speak to projects, you can speak to things that have happened and may happen, but I'm asking you to move along more swiftly when you want to reference any particular person.
Thank you, Madam President. At the beginning of my presentation, I said that to show support for the appropriation bill, I would be highlighting the achievements of the United Workers' Party government, but making specific reference to Denry North, what has been done. So I am guided and will leave out the latter part that you've mentioned in the presentation. So I continue, Madam President. The farmers in Tornes are now relieved from work done on the Tornes Road. And let me add, Madam President, that upon re-election of this government into office, that agricultural feeder roads to Tuafue in Grand Ravine, Cope, Baflowan in Oleon, for example, will receive deserved attention, well-deserved attention by this government. This government wants to assure the people of Lower Austin Hill and the Upper Austin Hill by Mrs. Rennie, Belmont and Gadet, that the victimization that they have endured for a very long time will come to an end, as provisions will be made for the construction and rehabilitation of these roads under the local road and community infrastructure as outlined on page 54 of the budget address. And I want to concur with the senator who, in some way, argued that no one should be deprived, no one should be victimized, or no politician should victimize any constituent because he or she does not support that politician. And the reason that I'm saying that I am in concurrence with what the senator has said, Madam President, is that what she described, Madam President, is a clear depiction of what happens in Denry North. And it is this sort of political transgression that politicians should be held accountable for, Madam President. It is a United Workers' Party government that cares and puts the people first. In Denry North, Madam President, the Labour Party puts the votes first, not the people. And this has been demonstrated time and again. Madam President, I want to thank all pests and primers for giving their free time and service in constructing a beautifully painted structure for Mr. George Lee from La Bellevue in Richmond. And this is part of the home improvement program. In the coming weeks, Madam President, the United Workers' Party will, through this program, build an additional 4 homes for residents of Denry North, namely Benayas in Dibonais, Mr. Guatin Oleon, Pelai in Lakai, and Jackson in Grand Ravine, most of whom are homeless. Building materials were also given to other vulnerable residents whose homes are in dire need of repair. And on behalf of the residents of Denry North, Madam President, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Minister with responsibility for economic development, housing, urban renewal, transport, and civil aviation for his ministry's assistance. Madam President, I must admit that while such an initiative is noteworthy, the limited resources make it difficult to meet the numerous requests for building materials. Therefore, Madam President, please permit me to make an appeal to the Minister on behalf of the constituents to consider making available some additional resources for the said purpose.
Senator, you do not stand in the shoes of anybody that can speak on behalf of all residents of Denver. So you need to phrase whatever you wish to say differently. You've said it more than once. And I can't imagine how you have that locus standard.
Madam President, I was just about to wrap up. And so in closing, I thank the Prime Minister and all ministers of government, my fellow Senate colleagues for their support during these 6 illuminating months as Senator. I have learned much, and there is still a lot to be learned. I extend gratitude to you, Madam President, for your guidance, and the staff of Parliament for their warmth and cheerfulness. I thank the residents of Dennery North, the constituency branch, for the confidence that they have placed in me, and to all those who have taken time to lift me in prayer.
Leader of
I thank
Opposition
them.
Business.
Madam President, again, I rise on the point of order 37-1. The person in the
Point
position...
accepted on Leader of Government Business.
Yes. The person
Senator,
so let me
please
Sean Edwards sit on this side of the House.
Senator, point taken. Please desist from using this language.
Okay.
And remember, we are speaking to the appropriation bill. If you are finished speaking to the appropriation bill, please take your seat.
This is, in closing, Madam President, this is the working party. And based on the arguments presented, as well as the achievements of the United Workers' Party administration, I reiterate my support for the appropriation bill of 2021-2022. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Oji.
Thank you, Madam President. As we welcome Senator London, albeit temporarily, to our midst, we must also express condolences to our fellow Senator former fellow Senator Joachim Henry on the loss of his son. What a tragedy it must be for his family, and those of us who are parents would understand the unrest that his soul must feel at this time. We remember also the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines who are going through their own trauma and who perhaps we should understand or learn from how the vagaries of weather and natural phenomena can change our fortunes at any time. We also like to reach out to the many families here at home who are desperately waiting for hope and sustenance and the end of these dread days caused by this dread disease. It is likely through you, Madam President, fellow senators, that barring any constitutional crisis, this is our last budget debate together. And I would like to say what an honor it has been serving in this House and serving the people of St. Lucia in my capacity as an independent senator. Some of us may be here next time. Some of us certainly won't. And we may be debating some other budget, but it is highly unlikely that we will all sit together again as we are here today. And so let us mark the opportunity and use our time well. I say this to underline the point that we, those of us in this room, as well as the larger country, we are uniquely positioned in this moment, at this time, to shape the future of this beloved country. And when our stewardship ends, as all things must, good and bad, we should look back with confidence and know that we did our very best for our country and its people. May we all sleep well at night with that assurance. Madam President, in the same way that this is a unique moment for us as individuals, as senators in this chamber, I believe it is also a unique opportunity for our country, and I will explain. The world economy is transforming. This is actually the premise of the budget address, where we constantly look at the external environment and how it affects our own prospects. The world economy is transforming with major shifts to technology, information, skills, knowledge, even artificial intelligence. There's also been a shift to sustainable environments, sustainable cities, clean industries. The blue economy, which revalues the marine ecology all around us and the marine biosystems, oceanic resources and the like. These are driving forces in the new global economy. We are not returning to fossil fuels. We are not returning to the good old days of energy, where energy prices determined growth and determined development. The world has shifted, and so we must as well. In enlightened societies, there is renewed emphasis on equality, on equity, good governance, community participation, social re-engineering, the importance of families as essential building blocks of any economy, of any nation, communities, and particularly young people, and the strengthening of democratic institutions and systems. There is also new emphasis worldwide on the orange economy, which is the arts, the creative industries, including film and design and digital arts, especially in this virtual age where meeting face-to-face and physically is becoming less of the norm. So in the best performing economies, which is presumably what we would like to be, and with the best economic trajectories, you are seeing an embracing of these trends and values, these new ways of thinking, an abandonment of old logic, and they are making the kinds of enlightened and social and economic investments that reposition their economies for future growth and future prosperity. And this is what we need to see in this year, 2021, in St. Lucia, at this junction in our development and at this time in our evolution as a people. And so this is what we look for in any budget, and this is what we should continue to look for in future budgets. So we don't need to be stalled in the dark ages of bricks and mortar and steel and concrete. Infrastructure has its place. And your esteemed leader, our esteemed leader, at one time, father of the nation as he is called sometimes, John Compton, he understood that. But he made sure that education and health and agricultural credit and irrigation and markets and access to land and home ownership also supported the logic of building roads and airports and bridges. He recognized also that the role of government was to facilitate the private sector and not to overtake it. And I had the privilege of working with him in this very building, and I can say that despite his shortcomings as any other human being, his great strength was policy balance. And you remember perhaps that he was a student of law and economics and politics. And he brought these three disciplines together in a way that I don't think we have seen since. So there is a logical framework, there is a nexus between our interests of political objectives, economic objectives, social objectives, and we have to bring these into balance wherever we can. Development in that way, in the way that we look to a budget or an appropriations bill to convince us, development implies not only growth, but advancement. It implies not only learning, but enlightenment. Not just more, but better. Not just now, but into a sustainable future. And not just for the few, but for as many as humanly possible. These are the tenets of development. We must not confuse development with growth. Anything can grow, but does it grow well? Does it grow sustainably? Does it grow equitably? Today, we should do better because we know better. We have the information, we have the tools, we have the people, we have the capacity, we have the technology. We've got to do better. It cannot be business as usual. And the world is telling us that every day. Future economic growth is rarely vested in people. India is positioned to become the next superpower, not China, India. And it is based almost exclusively on the positioning of its people and their intellectual capacity. We could learn from that. We need to reflect that in both word and deed, in policy statement and in project priority. And I'm saying this because I feel that there are deficiencies in the budget that do not address this as a full and complete concept. We hear, for example, of trickle-down. And frankly, it is an offensive term to anybody who understands what trickle-down means. Trickle-down was invented by rich people who knew very well the shortcomings of the policies that they were going to implement in northern economies. And they decided that, you know what, the imbalance is justified because there will be trickle-down to the people at the bottom, and that will make it okay. And we need to strike that from our lexicon. We need to strike that from our vocabulary. Trickle-down is an offensive term, and we ought not to embrace it as a concept. It is not good enough that our people should benefit coincidentally. They must benefit directly and intentionally. So therefore, I want to commend the fact, as we consider this appropriation bill and the contents of the Economic and Social Review, and indeed of the budget address, that the development policy, the development philosophy should, especially now, focus on human capacity, on people. Unfortunately, and this brings it into context, the reality is that we are losing our people. We are losing entire generations of St. Lucians to disease, to ignorance, to dislocation, to crime, to poverty, and to migration. St. Lucia is among the 4 countries in the Caribbean most affected by the brain drain. We have lost a generation of our brightest and our best people. And the budget that we are contemplating needs to address that as an urgent fundamental of economic policy. So let us stop comparing ourselves one against the other. Let us stop throwing stones across this room. Let us focus on what needs to be done to position our country for the next 5, 10, 15 years. And I want to commend the speakers in this house today and in this house before who have taken the longer, more mature, less petty view of our country and identified what needs to be done as a nation. We need to stop comparing ourselves party to party. We cannot continue to benchmark our behavior against the worst behavior of others, those who have gone before or those who are yet to come. Because that leaves the people of St. Lucian saying, both my children are terrible, but Johnny is the worst. How does that move us forward? Nobody should be comfortable with that assessment. The people are tired of that, and no amount of social media posturing is going to change that. Let us consider the budget maturely. Let us consider it strategically for what it needs to do. I believe, Madam President, as I opened with, that we are at a turning point as we consider this budget. And I believe that in the months remaining of this current parliamentary term, there is still room for us to do some wonderful and meaningful things, and I will outline some of them as I go along. Consider where we need to be in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. Consider that from 5 years from now, the boy who is 5 years old, just entering the school system, he will be voting. All right? Consider that 5 years from now, the girl who passed common entrance this year, she will be seeking higher education, or if nothing changes, she'll be looking for a job or a man at 16. That's where we are right now, and that needs to change. And unless our economic policy and the document that is before us is the principal policy document of any administration, of any nation, because it doesn't belong to any party, it belongs to the country, and the country needs to lie down by it. When it is passed, we have to consider that that is the future that we are trying to shape. Does this budget change that? The people will decide. What we are doing now, or rather what are we doing now, to ensure that more of our people are educated to a higher level with higher paying skills demanded by an evolving economy and an increasingly complex world. Madam President, our expenditure on education has not changed as a percentage of GDP for the last 12 years, subject to correction, give or take a year or so. But it really has remained constant. And this shows that we are not adjusting our priorities as a nation. Income is directly related to economics, to education, directly related. The only way to move our people up the income scale is to educate them to a higher level so that they can command heights of all the industries that we intend to invest in. In the tourism industry in St. Lucia, as currently envisaged, we are outsourcing the most lucrative ends of the business. And we need to bring those jobs back home so that we can improve on the earning capacity and we can improve the relation of tourism growth to general growth in the economy. That is not happening. Our people are moving down the ladder of tourism employment instead of up the ladder. And that needs to be reversed. Let us look at the larger economic picture as presented in the Social and Economic Review before us, and which is an adjunct to the budget under consideration. The leading table in the document speaks to gross domestic product, or GDP. That is a measure, for those of us who are not so okura, that is a measure of the goods and services produced in the economy. It has shrunk. Even in constant prices, which means you don't take inflation into account, in constant prices, the economy has shrunk by over 20%. In real terms, it also means that our imports have declined by 16%. Our imports, because of our currency model, are a direct indicator of our buying power. So the income of the country most likely has shrunk by something very close to 16%. Our ability to buy our way out of this crisis has shrunk by 16%. We cannot afford to import unless we have foreign exchange coming into the system, which gets converted into domestic currency. And that is down, imports down 15.7%. That is huge, especially considering our growth trajectory before COVID. Our total exports, which is also an indication of our ability to buy, to trade, to earn, is down 32.7%. Total exports down 32.7%. That is 1/3 of your economy. So the capacity of the economy to earn now and in the near future, because it takes a while for that to build back. It's not just that you had the goods and you didn't export them. It's that you've lost the revenue permanently for the year, and your capacity to replace it is compromised going forward. Some of that shrinkage will become permanent loss because businesses have closed and people have left, and monies that were used, that would have been used for growth, are no longer there. Does the budget address that? I don't see it. I'm looking. I would like to be convinced that it does. Businesses have closed. Debts have mounted. Some companies will not recover. Where do we address that in the budget? In fact, I would like to say that there is a paucity of attention on the private sector generally in the budget, and that is an omission. The private sector constitutes 80% of our, and I'm rounding, it's more than that, but I just allow notionally that government is 20%, government, parastatals, extended public sector, 20% of the economy. 80% of the economy is the private sector, private individuals, companies, households. And we're not taking them into consideration sufficiently in this budget for us to engineer the kind of recovery that we need in this country. So we need to face the reality that bills have not been paid, salaries have not been received, investments have not been made, savings have not been realized, pension plans and insurances have lapsed. And that speaks to the financial stability of the entire ecosystem. Car loans are in arrears, mortgages are in trouble. A young man who is 12 years into a 25-year mortgage spoke to me on the phone in tears. 12 years into a 25-year mortgage. And the bank writes him and says, pay up or else. And at $2,100 a month, you can do the math. That's 144 payments at over $2,000 each. That's $300,000 in a home where he lives with his two daughters. This is the kind of reality that people are facing. 33% of your economy is not an arbitrary number. It's a real indicator of the economy's ability to eat, to earn, to service debt, to live. How are we addressing that? Debt increased by 10%. And that's figures available to us at this time. It's likely that as we go through, we will find more, we will find worse. And I say this bearing in mind that as of November, we confessed to this honorable House that our estimate of the impact of COVID on the economy was more than double what we had originally conceived in all major indicators. Imports, exports, government revenue, government expenditure, debt, agricultural output, tourism downturn, had all been affected by more than double what we had anticipated, and in some cases more than double what even the CDB had anticipated. So our ability to forecast where we are truly as an economy is a little sketchy. And so we need to be a little bit more conservative because we don't know how bad things are. So our debt at the end of 2020 was standing at $373 billion. That's a lot of money. That should take your breath away. And central government debt service to current revenue is 28.9%. So round it off to 30%. 30 cents on the dollar goes to debt service. That is very high, and that should trouble us. And whether it's our party or not, it should trouble us. Because we wouldn't run our homes that way, and we wouldn't run our businesses that way, and we shouldn't run our country that way. Government debt increased by 15%. And we need to stop making a distinction between debt, central government debt, and parastatal debt. It is the same thing. In the national accounting statistics, debt by parastatal companies, your WASCOs, your SLASPAs, they are contingent liabilities on the government's balance sheet, whether the government has borrowed directly or not. And especially if there's a guarantee, it is exactly the same as public debt. So the distinction between central government debt and parastatal debt, which is guaranteed by the government, is null and void. There is no distinction. We need to count it in the figures and be realistic about what we owe. I don't think that we've heard enough about how we're going to manage that imbalance of government debt increasing by 15%. And I don't think we've heard enough about public sector savings, which was another tenet, principle, commitment of John Compton when he was Minister of Finance and Planning. He made sure that there was always enough money for St. Lucia when it went cap in hand to any donor or to any funding agency, that the national contribution would be counted, and counted proudly. Because he said you cannot go to people begging, and you have nothing to show for yourself. You're not serious about your own destiny. So while, Madam President, we may not expect a balanced budget this time around because we are in exceptional circumstances, and it's a difficult time to be in charge of anything. A household, a family, a business, a government, a country. It's a difficult time, we admit that. We don't expect a balanced budget. But Madam President, a gap, an overall gap of 8% of GDP at this time, in my view, is reckless. I'm trying to think of another word, but it's difficult. It's reckless. We have $383 million in the budget, for which we have no idea how we're going to source it. Not really. I mean, we hope that it'll be grants, and we hope that it'll be borrowing. But really, it's a gap. That's why it's called a gap. We don't have it. And we have no assurance of where it's coming from. $383 million at this time, when debt is rising, income is falling, revenue is falling, and expenses are stubbornly and persistently rising. Reckless is the word that comes to mind. I'm sorry, I wish I had another one, but I don't. I think we could do better to present a more conservative budget based on resources reasonably available to us at this time. I don't think anybody is going to hold the government to ransom for being practical and being realistic and being a little bit conservative. I think St. Lucians expect this of their leadership. I think St. Lucians hope for that from their government. And if we present a budget that's a little bit more conservative, every housewife, every father, every mother knows exactly what is going on and expects that of the government. So to increase expenditure by $41 million at this time over the previous year, knowing that we have a gap of $383 million, doesn't quite add up. What we are likely to see, Madam President, is that a series of underfunded initiatives and projects and programs that cannot be sustained because the cash flow is not there. And we have heard the Honorable Minister of Finance talk about fiscal space. Well, for most of us ordinary people, it's called cash flow. And the cash flow is not there. So to pretend it's going to be there later, I think is a bit of an overstatement. And the budget reflects that there is a financing gap of $383 million. It's also quite curious that we should have a budget shaped like that at this time because, barring constitutional crisis, this is the last year of the administration. And we have an election due latest third quarter. So I think we could have had a more conservative budget. And it is also my own feeling that an interim budget would have been the way to go. When a budget is brought to the House, it is predicated on certain assumptions that dollars are going to come in and dollars are going to go out. If the assumptions of the budget have been so undermined by a natural disaster or a health crisis like COVID, we need to rethink. We need to replan. Every housewife knows that. Every father and mother knows that. Every business person knows that. You replan, you reprogram, you reboot, you re-engineer, you reconsider. And it's almost as if it would have been a blow to our pride to come back and have said, you know what, things have changed so fundamentally, we need to rethink this plan. And we couldn't bring ourselves to do that as a country, and I think it was a lost opportunity. Debt restructuring. There is mention in the budget address of debt restructuring. I would like to commend that. I think it is imperative. I think it should be the #1 priority because we need to create fiscal space, as has been said several times. And
Senator,
the sooner we do it, the better.
You have 15 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Sinclair.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to invoke Standing Order 35-3 to allow the esteemed senator an additional half an hour.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 35-3 be invoked to allow the senator a further 35 minutes. And I'll put the question for his submission, that is. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President, and the House for agreeing. It is also predicated in the budget, Madam President, that the maximum interest rate on debt likely to be incurred at the level of $383 million is 7%. Madam President, we have seen requests for borrowing come through at 1.5% over LIBOR, 2%, 3% in some cases if you calculate it, and those have been reasonably comfortable propositions for us to contemplate as a responsible Senate. Madam President, at this time, a maximum rate of 7% on debt, given that we are bordering on $4 billion in the stock of debt already, is not advisable. And while I said earlier, I welcome the suggestion of actively seeking to restructure the debt, at the same time we are seeing a maximum set in the papers before us of 7%, and those two things are incongruous. We should be looking to borrow at much lower interest rates than that. Capital expenditure. With the emphasis on basic infrastructure as opposed to, say, transformation of the economy towards information-based industries or energy or technology or human services for that matter, we will continue to see stop-and-start capital projects undertaken on the basis of whim and prayer and promise. So we will start in the hope of having the cash flow, and then it won't happen, or it won't be finished, or it'll get halfway. We are seeing that pattern now, and since there is nothing in our economic trajectory that suggests that our revenues and expenditures are going to rebalance, then we can only expect the same thing to continue. So we will see these projects, and they will run in and out of steam, because the cash flow is not there and it is not forthcoming from the Treasury. And we have seen that pattern. There are people in the Corinth area, in the White Rock area, who are living on dust and fumes and now volcanic ash and Sahara dust for the last 12 months because the projects cannot finish, because the cash flow is not there. So why start new ones when we haven't finished the old? It is evidenced by mounting domestic payables. It is in the estimates. We have domestic payables. The government's obligations, current obligations, are not being serviced as quickly as they should be. And I understand even the wonderful celebration of independence, we still have bills outstanding. At least that's what the suppliers are saying. So do we need to increase expenditure by $41 million over last year? And in that respect, we have to also consider what the real implementation capacity of the government is, of the public service. So if we don't need at this time to be so unrealistic, because it takes time to implement a project, no matter how objective we are. And if we know it's not going to get done, don't put it in the budget and create an obligation when we know we don't have the revenue to support it. I don't think full steam ahead and being hopeful is the right way at this point in time. And that's a 22% increase over the previous year. 22% increase in capital expenditure at a time when your revenue is shrinking. It's incongruous, Madam President. It doesn't add up. Capital expenditure is projected to rise 20.3% in the, well, it rose, 20.3% in the previous year, and it's going to be increasing again this year by some $41 million. The impact of this on fiscal policy also affects the private sector. If contractors scramble to start ambitious projects, they will run out of funds. It holds up money in the banking system, which cannot be disbursed, and it holds up their credit. The cost of the project goes up by the interest rate, and the taxpayer ends up paying more. There's also a pattern of design, build, transfer, which I think ought not to be the norm, because there is no then arm's length relationship between the different entities in the project. if I am designing and I am the contractor, I'm going to design the biggest bidding bridge that I can possibly get done because it is in my interest to have it as expensive as possible. This is a violation of the normal relationships between customer and contractor. And where the government is both the customer and the contractor, it is extremely dangerous. We need to return to processes of open competitive bidding where the government can hope to get the best possible deal for every dollar that it spends. The starting and the stopping of projects, Madam President, also introduces instability in the labor market. What we need right now is slow and steady and sure. We don't need fast and breakneck and reckless. There's no point. A guy gets a job today and he gets, well, it's not no point, but there's less point in a guy getting a job today and he gets $500 at the end of the fortnight and then there's nothing for a month. We need stability. This is what we need in the economy. Joe in Fuasho, I won't call his real name, has not paid his internet bill for the last 3 months. He has 2 kids in the house who need to be online for their classes. So if I bring him some massive vouchers so that he can feed them, that doesn't solve his problems. He needs cash on a constant and regular basis, and it is better that he gets $250 every fortnight for 4 fortnights so that he can have stability rather than a one-off and then nothing. And this is what has been happening. And if you look at our growth rate, it's the same thing. We go up, we go down, we go up, we go down, we go up, we go down. And I will speak a little later about policy continuity, which would give us a nice smooth increase in our growth rate over time instead of this volatility on which nobody can depend. Running a country is not that much more difficult than running a household. It's just a larger scale, but the same logic applies, the same principles apply. So what we would like to see in the budget is stabilization. The economy has received a major external shock. This is no secret, this is no query, this is not controversial, it's a fact. We have the figures in front of us, we know the impact that this has caused. We are going to have to adjust. We are either going to have to adjust by our own discipline under a self-imposed structural adjustment program, or we're going to have to do it in the tight and intimate embrace of the IMF. And at that point, we will have no choice but to cut back the public service, to cut back on social expenditure, to cut back on unnecessary infrastructure expenditure, and address the critical issues of a balanced budget. So it is better that we do it ourselves, because there will be no point going to the surgeon after the cancer has riddled the body. It is better we put on a bandage now and take the pain. We need slow and steady and sure and stable. We do not need recklessness at this time. So either the structural adjustment is going to be imposed by the big bad doctor, the IMF, or we have to impose it on ourselves. That is the reality of countries. Jamaica is only now emerging from 40 years of stabilization programs under the IMF. And the way it is emerging is because it has changed its value system to increased consultation with social partners and involvement of the private sector and communities in decision making. It has released the old methodologies of all power unto ourselves, and it has diversified the decision-making capacity, bringing the best and brightest people into the process, as well as communities who are directly affected. That is how Jamaica solved its problems. There are similar examples in St. Kitts, and if I'm not mistaken, Grenada has been showing some improved growth based on similar models. So we need to change some fundamentals, or else we are going to start 100 new things when we have not finished the first 10, including the 3 national embarrassments in health infrastructure, the worst of which is St. Jude's, which is now in its, 12th year, and over $100 million of taxpayers' money. That is a national embarrassment, And frankly, we should stop throwing the blame from one side of the house to the other. It's disgraceful for us all. It makes no difference to taxpayers whose fault it is, or who thief less and who thief more, because when we visited as senators St. Jude Hospital, and I won't dwell on this, Madam President, when we visited St. Jude's Hospital late last year, that is by far the most colossal waste of money that I have ever seen in my life, and it was physically pained me. And we need to bring that to a logical close as soon as possible. We cannot be hemorrhaging money into that project over and over and over again. It is a disgrace to the nation. Forget about which party. It is a disgrace to the nation that we cannot finish a hospital. Even today, Madam President, in the budget, we are hearing of huge sums associated with a multitude of projects in the health sector. But we're not hearing what it is to be achieved. What are the quantifiable results? When we spend X million dollars, how many square feet of building are we going to get? How many rooms? How many wards? How many beds? How many people are going to be trained? How is the service that we offer to our people, to patients, going to be elevated tangibly so that we don't have stories of a fellow senator's grandfather dying unnecessarily in the hospital? And I will tell you, I came back into the country about 3 weeks ago, and nobody has called me. And I know at least 3 people who have tested positive for COVID, been sent home from their government jobs, and to this day have not had their results, more than months later. So the contact tracing has problems. And it's not an injury to our pride. It should not be an injury to our pride to accept that and admit that and fix it. We can fix it. But we want to pretend that everything is perfect, and it is not. So let's just get together and fix it. We are big people. We are spreading ourselves very thin otherwise. And there's very little room in this current economic picture for contingencies. And we only have to look at St. Vincent, as I said a little while earlier, to see what a natural disaster can do to undermine everything that we have built. So if our track record is so wonderful for the last 4 years, why are we putting it at risk? Why don't we put a little something in the back pocket so that we can deal with the contingencies if they come along? Social safety nets. Reference has been made to the external environment in the budget address. And in that context, there was mention of the U.S. economy and the fact that the U.S. economy is going to recover and going to accelerate at a pace probably 3 times what its pre-COVID expectation was. Of course, there's been a change of administration as well. But they're going to probably come out around 6% growth. That is good news for us. But are we positioning to really strategically take advantage of that, or are we just expecting a kind of trickle down from the U.S. economy into ours? We are not strategically positioning ourselves to take advantage of that in terms of new growth, new industries, new sectors, new human requirements. We are not. Not if we're spending the same percentage of GDP on education or less. And not if we have 70% in some cases of our target population being denied access to the digital classroom, either through lack of devices or lack of universal internet coverage. How are we repositioning this country for growth? The guy who is doing common entrance today is going to be looking for a job by the end of the next term. How are we changing his life? Is he to be on the back of a truck, going to a construction job at Cabot because that's all he's worthy of? And his knapsack on his back with a dry bread and a juicy, or a Shirley biscuit if he's extravagant? That is what is happening to our young people. We know it. Malnutrition. Madam Leader of Government Business mentioned the top killers in our society today. All of them are lifestyle. All of them are related to lifestyle, some more directly than others. Correction. We have one of the highest incidents of cancer in the Caribbean, if not further. it has to be related to something environmental. It has to be. Hypertension, diabetes is diet. Diet is income. Income is choice. Okay, the choice that we have available in terms of jobs and welfare to do better for ourselves. If you have no money in your pocket, you have to buy a juicy and a dry bread. You cannot buy anything else because you wouldn't have transport money to go back home. People are choosing between bus fare and breakfast. And it's not now. So unless we are going to transform out of that subsistence, that Malawi poverty, never have enough kind of syndrome, then we are going to be here having the same conversation 5 years from now. Well, I won't be here. Regarding Social Security, it is important for us to note that anything that affects salaries, wages, and employment affects Social Security. How is this budget addressing the fact that we took millions of dollars out of the NIC, contributors' money, and we gave it away, and unless I'm mistaken, I see no plan to replenish it. That is going to affect future pensions, which means it's going to affect future consumption and future investment in the economy. It's gone. So we must have a strategy for replenishing the national security system. That is one of the pyramids of your economy. It's the largest single store of savings that we have in the country. You cannot rape it and then leave it lying there. It has to be replenished. We must have a strategy in the budget or some later budget to replenish the NIC. That is a major omission because it's not our money. It is pensioners' money that we took and we gave away, and they deserve to have it back. Our emphasis on infrastructure is, and I made the analogy earlier, is like sitting on a four-legged stool and increasing one leg. You are introducing instability into the system. You have to work on all four legs. And I'm going to leave that there. Some alternatives. Education. Madam President, through you, I have not seen anything on any proposal for how we address CXC fees. If I missed it, I would like to be educated on that matter. I would like to suggest that there should be a program for managing CXC fees for all parents island-wide, so that we do not have a permanent impact on our education, on our students, on their futures, and their future ability to live and earn and work. So if there is something in the budget regarding waivers or subsidies of CXC fees, I would like it to be pointed out to me and to us and to the nation, because I think that's a critical need. I think there should also be grants for parents with children in early education. And I think particularly of women, specifically mothers, who are hard hit by this crisis in ways which we cannot even speak of in this honorable house because it is too painful a wound to open and leave untreated. But let me give you some examples. And the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Lucia, a real person in Plywood City, had nothing to feed her children last week Thursday. Nothing. 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 Okay? Miss Moise in Cicero could not bury her brother. Could not bury her brother. I mean, it's bad enough you can't say goodbye when they die. You can't bury your brother. Sandra came asking, please, sir, nothing for me. Just something to buy formula for the baby. Rosie in Marigot has not worked since the hotel down the road closed in the Bay. And the lady selling vanilla leaves by the KFC with her baby in her lap and despair in her voice. And Diane, the well-dressed bank worker who says to a perfect young man, a stranger, "Sir, how'd you like to take me to lunch?" What do you suppose that means? And Sophie, the young girl outside Massey Gourmet, who asked me for $2.50 to buy a box juice for breakfast at 10:30 on a Thursday morning. And I said to her, "Miss, be careful who you ask for money, please. You know what I mean?" And she said, "Yes, sir, I know what you mean." Okay? So where are we addressing that in this budget? Where? We need a transformative intervention at this point in our economic life, in our social life, in our political life. This is not working. I said so 4 years ago, I said so 3 years ago, and everybody tell me, it's not working for you. As if I am important. I will be fine. But you see the girl that don't have $2.50 to buy a juice at 10:30 on a Thursday morning, she will not be fine. So, build back better. I think that phrase has been used. That is what we need to do. We need to build back better. We cannot just continue doing the same thing. I think that in education, and nobody seems to be talking about education policy on a national level. We fix a school, we open a standpipe, we do a footpath, but education, probably the single most important thing in the future of the country. We're not talking about national education policy and how we're positioning people. So by now, we should be setting 5% university education as a goal, as an economic goal, 5% of our population by 2025. By 2030, 10%. By 2035, 15%. These are the conversations we need to have if we are going to address poverty and unemployment. Not a make-work program that is short-lived, not a construction program that's going to be over. No. So 20% of our population, at least, should be university educated by the time we get to 2040. That's 2 decades from now. These are the priorities we should be setting. Not who did what in North Denry and who did what in South Beaufort and all this nonsense. I'm sorry. We have established, I don't want to belabor the point, but I had it marked in my comments before Leader of Government Business mentioned it. We have established smart classrooms in 5 primary schools. We shouldn't even be mentioning that. I'm not going to say any more. Our approach to reskilling, and I quote, must be designed, and I quote, Madam President, from the budget address. Our approach to reskilling must be designed to ensure accessibility for all. Our overall program must provide different pathways for learners while facilitating an innate passion for lifelong learning. Our labor market needs assessment as a prelude to the design and delivery of appropriate training, internship, and apprenticeship interventions is now ongoing. And then after that, you can't find a single thing that tells you how this is being enacted in real life. It's not supported in the ensuing paragraphs of the budget address. Madam President, education is the answer to chronic unemployment, underemployment, and poverty. Sir Arthur Lewis said this decades ago. We have the knowledge, we have the power, we just don't seem to have the will. We have the resources because we have a $1.6 billion budget to do all kinds of things. But educating the people so that they will be less of a burden on the state, so that they will be more self-determined, more self-driven, more empowered, we just won't do it. And it is painful and difficult to understand how in this budget we have not seen that it's a transformative shift that we need, so that we're not here having this conversation 5 years later. Who struck John and who pelted stone and who mango fall on whose yard? Chances are, if we do that, we will be able to move along. We are planning to build a studio, a government studio. Madam President, do we know how many studios exist? How many young people have saved and earned and invested and created studios, which is their only source of income in an environment where we talk about creative industries? We're going to build a government studio to compete with them when what they need is traffic. Take the money and subsidize artists who want to record. Why are you building your own studio? Governments are repeatedly imitating the private sector. After the private sector has invested its hard-earned savings in a venture, you want to come along and have a government studio when you know the government studio will be the most improperly run studio on the island. To what end? Support the young guys down in Dennery who have made an industry from nothing. Why are you competing with them? Building your own studio? I don't get it. I think there was a proposal for a studio in Grosley. Has it happened? I don't think so. If we were to create production subsidies for artists wishing to record, then they could go to those existing studios owned mostly by young people, trying to earn a living, trying to amalgamate into an industry, and there would be more throughput and direct income. We do not need a government studio at this time. You could create more marketable content by people in the industry generating viable future income and vertical integration, especially in this world of online music, which is now evolving to yet another level. And I think mention was made earlier of the Jamaica situation, evolving at a pace. And also, artists in Europe have just written to, I think it's the UK, have just written to ask for new rules and new regulations for the online music industry, the whole download and streaming industry. So that is yet another permutation for which we are not going to be anywhere close. We are focusing on infrastructure, and that's not where we need it. We need it in the human capital. Speaking of which, we had to import Cuban doctors during this crisis, but medicine is no longer on the priority list. So you cannot get economic costs if you want to study medicine. But in a crisis, we have to import doctors from Cuba at 100 or 100 and something doctors at a time. So something is mixed matched. I would like to appeal for a universal shift to second testing in health. I think it is somebody has a test to enter the States and a few days later has a test to return to St. Lucia, both of which are negative. The business of having them quarantined for 14 days is a waste of human capital. There is no science to support it. And what we ought to do is a third test upon return, which the traveler certainly can pay for. And if it is a third test in succession negative, given the allotted number of days for the results to be proven and reliable, then we should be free to move around the country. I say this, Madam President, because we need to look at the whole long-stay tourism sector to bring dollars and opportunity back into our villages, back into our guest houses, back into our villas, back into our homes who are doing Airbnb, who have jumped through hoops to become certified. We need to bring that back. And the second testing is, in my limited imagination, one of the ways that that could be done. It also speaks to all of the bubbles, the yachting sector, tours, village tourism, Airbnb, corporate groups. There's a lot of group incentive travel pent up, waiting to come. Work from home, which Barbados has managed to tap into, I think successfully. We could look at their model and see. And long stay. And all of these can be managed on a 3 to 5 day quarantine regime if we find that the science supports it, which I think it will. Business. I spoke earlier about the private sector being somewhat forgotten in this budget, and I would like to dwell a little bit on some remedial action. Following the financial impact of this time, I think that there are going to be a lot of companies that will need to restructure. They need to restructure debt. They will need to restructure their balance sheets. They will need to move assets around, especially between associated companies and maybe even shareholders having to put up new capital or having to put up new security where banks are no longer adequately covered. We should have, and this is relatively costless because without it a transaction will probably not happen, we should be incentivizing companies to clean up their balance sheets and improve their financial standing, especially with regard to credit, and that would mean a waiver of transfer taxes and stamp duties on intercompany transactions between directors, shareholders, and related companies. Such a model was in place after the financial crisis of the 80s, and the precedent exists for us to replicate it and try and ease up the private sector so that they can reposition for new growth. I would like to call for the elimination of duties and VAT on all imports of spare parts and replacement components which are likely to extend, upgrade, or otherwise improve the life and efficiency of existing capital, particularly in industry, in manufacturing, for example, where companies have lost a year and a half of innovation and development and research, and they need to get back to where they should be or even leapfrog ahead to have some advantage. If a company is going to extend the life of existing capital by importing spare parts for a piece of machinery, we should not be penalizing them with duties. We should be saying to them, please go ahead and do that. And I think the simplest way is to incentivize them to do that in the same way that we would incentivize them to clean up their balance sheets and to improve their income statements. Because this will again help us to reposition for the long run, building back better, as we said earlier. There should be tax credits for a period of up to 3 years for existing companies making investments in new products, new markets, investing in diversification, particularly if a company is diversifying out of its core business into an area of greater risk. We should be incentivizing that up front. And it should not be a process where you have to jump through a million hoops. It should be a policy statement that if you're diversifying your company, and agriculture could be one of the targeted areas so that you can drive investment into agriculture. We should be subsidizing diversification by any company looking to rebalance its operations, looking to diversify its income, looking to strengthen in these uncertain times. Agriculture, manufacturing, information, technology, and I dare say arts and entertainment, which is part of the orange economy, much spoken about now. Madam President, speaking on arts and entertainment, special events, the creative industries, it pains me that there is barely one page in the budget address, page 59, not even a full page dealing with this subject. A matching grant scheme for artists, producers, and creatives has been proposed by the sector in direct conversation with the government. It has been on the books, proposed on the table, on the desk, whatever you want to call it, since late last year. Nothing has happened. I think the total outlay from the government was $200,000. Nothing could be found. But we are proposing to spend $3 million on Carnival and other festivals. Surely within that budget we could find a small envelope for a matching grant program, which the sector has asked for and endorsed. The events company heard the plea. They put the matter forward. As far as I'm aware, nothing has happened. $200,000 matching grants would provide $400,000 of input into a sector that has been languishing for over a year with virtually nothing happening because it is illegal to gather more than so many numbers at a time. With regard to Carnival specifically, people have been accosting me. Let me say that I would love to see funds directed into the creative sector, anything that puts money into the pockets of creatives who have not had much work for the last 15 months, I would support. But I think the authorities, the country, we as a community, as a people, need to be very circumspect about what we are financing with regard to Carnival, because if it's just barter, then people can do that on their own pocket, on their own dime. But if it is putting money into the creative sector in a meaningful and democratic and participatory way, then I would say that's a good idea. But that has not been detailed. And through you, Madam President, to the appropriate parties, the stakeholder consultation that was recommended over 9 weeks ago has not happened. And I don't know how we could be planning or considering a virtual carnival without a broad stakeholder consultation to determine what the content and shape of that might be. We've had a couple references to giving a man a fish. I totally agree that a man should be taught to fish. But in the context of short-term and long-term strategies, Madam President, while you are training the man to fish, he needs to eat. So you might have to give him a fish as well as train him to fish. And that's the circumstances in which we find ourselves, because while we are training, we cannot be hungry. I would like to also ask or suggest that back in the creative industries that we look at a blanket waiver of duties and taxes on inputs for the creative sector. Ages ago, we signed on to the harmonization of fiscal incentives for the creative sector. It was a CARICOM document. St. Lucia was a party to that document. We have not implemented it, and I think that it would be a major signal to the creative industries if we could adopt that as we promised to do many years ago. With regard to property tax, I would like to commend the delay in the implementation of property tax at this time. This is a welcome deferral, and given that most households are under extreme pressure at this time, I think it's a good move, and I would like to highlight that as one of the positives in the budget. But Madam President, a property tax, one of the reasons why we have not had a property tax regime in place is because there's been very little consensus on exactly how it should work. And we have toyed around with a couple of formulas, and now it is time to have a broad public consultation so that we do not disincentivize the accumulation of wealth. For most people, their home is their single store of wealth, not even single largest, single store of health. And because of the ghettoification that is happening in a lot of urban areas, that wealth has been diminished to a point where some people cannot rent or sell their homes because their neighborhoods have fallen down around them. So it would be very incongruous for us to then expect them to pay property tax on a diminishing asset in a diminishing neighborhood where they are unable to sell or rent or otherwise realize what they have invested in their primary residence. We are also awaiting the promised...
Senator, you have 10 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I shall endeavor to close in that time. Madam President, it was mentioned in the last budget address, if I am not mistaken, that there would have been an amnesty on personal income tax. My checking suggests that while that policy was in fact pronounced upon, the necessary instructions have not been given to the tax professional, the tax department, for them to actually carry out the policy. I would say this would be a good time for us to revisit that, and if it is possible, I think it is an excellent idea because most households are under stress, and certainly back taxes is going to be near impossible to sort out at this point in time. We will just be making criminals of people who have already lost a substantial amount of their wealth and their income. With regard to housing, there is insufficient in the budget, Madam President, that deals with the business of housing. And while there are some pretty promises, I must say, I don't think that there is enough there considering the potential economic impact of housing on the economy and the kind of employment that it would generate. I believe that we should have a little bit more emphasis, and particularly on land for the landless, because it is one thing to have houses available, but affordability also needs to be considered, and therefore credit and access to credit, particularly for lower income families, is going to have to be an accompanying strategy, or else what you're going to do is create housing for a very small percentage of the market who are actually liquid, and that percentage is shrinking. So housing has to be accompanied with a credit scheme which is actually accessible. If we are looking for references, late last year, the government of Trinidad outlined a multi-product housing strategy, which I think it's, well, I won't quote the number, but a substantial number of houses, but more importantly, houses at all income levels, so that it was not just targeting a particular demographic, but actually housing as an issue across the nation. I would commend that to our attention. The yachting sector, Madam President, I think is a missed opportunity. When somebody's on a yacht, they're almost self-quarantining automatically. They don't need to interact. They can stay on their yachts. If we have a sensible review of our quarantine requirements, we can test them, wait for the results of the test, and these people can be almost self-sufficient and in self-quarantine and then start to move around. Again, we are missing the opportunity. The Grenadines have triumphed through this COVID period by attracting high-end, high-net-worth people who basically want to be on their own, but who have found a suitable place to lodge while they wait out the COVID. Work from home is a market. Long-stay work from home is a market I think we also need to look at. A quick word about CIP, of which is mentioned in the budget address. Madam President, the CIP is a mixed bag. It's potentially a useful thing, but it is also potentially a thing to be exploited as a private slush fund to be used for whatever harebrained scheme somebody can think of. Madam President, monies out of the CIP program need to be invested in projects where the government holds in trust for the people of St. Lucia some proportion of the shares in the project. If it is our passports, which are being sold to generate money to be put back into projects, then we are the investor. The country is the investor. And while we might leverage some of that, add it to other people's investment in order to get something built or get something done, we must retain shares in the endeavor for the people of St. Lucia in trust, and at a future date, 5, 10, 15 years, when the project seems to be up and running and making money, the St. Lucians can then own those shares. The government can divest, you can own those shares, and St. Lucians can have a stake. That would reduce the level of animosity which people feel because they see themselves as being dispossessed. Their passports are being sold, money is being made, investments are being done, and they feel excluded from that whole economic formula. We can do better, and we should. The 80% of the private sector of the economy, Madam President, which is the private sector, I've spoken a little bit about that, but we need to improve the prospects for businesses to recover. And I also would like to comment very quickly on the fact that the banks have excess liquidity, but they are waiting for good projects to come along which they can fund. The reason why we are not seeing more good projects is because the macroeconomic environment needs fixing. We are inefficient as an investment location, and that is why growth has been difficult, and this is why investment, especially domestic investment, is slow. If we want businesses to expand, we have to improve the environment in which they operate. It is too difficult to run a successful, profitable business in this country, especially with the labor quality where it is, again, relating back to the education system. If we can improve upon that, we will have more domestic expansion, more domestic investment, and St. Lucian businesses will start to grow again, which means your employment problem will shrink. And the position we are in right now is that government feels that it has to take up the slack in terms of investment, expenditure, and employment. But that is not the only option. The other option is to really revitalize the private sector, the domestic private sector, large, small, and medium, so that the economy can grow of its own accord. And the responsibility of the government is really to create that environment in which that can happen. But the larger the government's own capital investment program becomes, especially under the conditions we have, which are less than transparent, then people's ability to expand their own businesses in the regular economy is compromised. And government is soaking up all the air, all the money, all the water on government projects instead of allowing the rest of the economy to expand. And this is something that we need to overhaul, and we need to do it very quickly because there are too many disincentives to private sector investment, employment, and growth at this time, including the fact that, at least until recently, St. Lucia has one of the highest costs of importing and exporting a container. That is due primarily to inefficiencies and overcharging at the port. We cannot continue. We cannot continue. We will not see growth unless we address these issues. Timing. I may need a little more time, Madam President. Could I ask one of my colleagues to so move? To move for extra time, please. Yes, just in case.
Senator Jawahi.
Madam President, I wish to invoke Standing Order 35-3 to allow Senator Auger an additional 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Senator Auger, we have to be cognizant of the curfew.
Ah, yes.
And that there's other persons to speak, other senators to speak. So I would recommend a shorter amount of time, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't have any. So what would be very realistic? What amount would be very realistic?
15.
15?
Can I move?
Yes, please move that. Please move.
Madam President, I'd like to invoke Section 35(3) to allow the Senator an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 35(3) be invoked to allow the Senator an additional 15 minutes to complete his submission. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, Senator Auger.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, fellow senators. I'm going to try and be a little more efficient with my time. Madam President, in a 2020 OECD report, one of the issues impairing our progress as a nation and our growth rate has been a lack of policy continuity. I have remarked in this House earlier that we have not seen a two-term government over the last several elections. The suggestion is that our growth rate, our economic performance is so poor that our electorates are not returning us to office to give us a second chance. I believe that those two things are deeply related, and I believe that we are wasting a lot of money by not having continuity from one administration to the next. The people, of course, will decide whether they want continuity of the politics, but certainly continuity of the economy is vital to all of us. Therefore, I would like to ask that as we proceed into whatever the next term is, as this is our last budget address, I think it's appropriate that we look for greater bipartisanship in the affairs of the country, and that instead of one administration owning something and the other one dispensing with it, that we look for continuity in matters of high national priority. Not everything we'll agree on, but there's something that we have to agree on, because we're wasting a lot of money starting and stopping and abandoning. And the only people who are paying is our children. So more national consultation as the norm. This would address the lack of transparency, a lack of consultation, a lack of proper design and careful planning, and cash flow management, which is the primary benefit of planning better. This arises from poor initial choices, which have been divorced from broad national policy and broad-based decision-making, which is a hallmark of good governance. And once again, it underlines the fact that if we had good governance, we would not need to spend quite so much money doing and undoing and redoing. Poor St. Jude's springs to mind as an immediate example. Madam President, there is a worrying trend regarding the transfer of national assets, and I will just run through them very quickly to save time. Madam, the National Fisheries Complex, very little details in the public domain as to how this asset passed into private hands, or if indeed it has merely passed into private management. I don't know, but I think a little bit more explanation would be useful. And if it is to be part of the economic strategy that we are privatizing major national assets, then let us detail that, let us identify what needs to be done, and let us have a transparent system for doing that. Various lands for the DHS project. Madam President, if that is not going ahead or whatever, since it seems to be mired in manure at this point, can we have our lands back? What is the, I've been trying to find out what is the agreement, what does the future look like? Can the people be told, do we have an option to change gear, change course, change our minds? If so, please let us look at that. The various lands for Cabot, again, I would like to suggest that if the NIC had an opportunity to invest and we debunked that, did we somehow keep some leverage in the project for the people of St. Lucia by way of shares which could be held in trust and then divested later on? The NIC needs to expand its portfolio because it has future pensioners to pay. If we rob it of investment opportunity, then we are going to have a problem in our social security system later on. We need to carefully consider how we are messing with those funds. Ojo Labs, much has been made of this wonderful example. Very good, but can the rest of us have some, please? Because if you can subsidize wages and redo our businesses and upgrade our facilities and re-engineer our structures, then we would all be very happy for that. Are we going to do more? Is that a new model? If it's so good, let's have it replicated elsewhere. Payroll support has also been a feature of the Ojo Labs formula, and yet when persons called for payroll support to be part of the NIC strategy during the COVID crisis, that was rejected or at best ignored. Payroll support would keep businesses open, keep jobs available, it would reduce the fallout from unemployment, and it would actually cause a return of resources back into the NIC coffers. We have declined to do that. But we have taken pensioners' money and given it away with no plan of how to re-inject it into the NIC that I am aware of. The sale of Crown lands, there seems to be a rush. Can we get some detail on what is driving that? What is the rationale for the sale of Crown lands? What is the policy? Can anybody benefit from that? Is the availability of Crown lands being advertised? Is there a bidding process? How does one get one's hands on Crown lands without some kind of objective and overt process? And now I must mention the Daher Mall, which is in the news. We didn't own it, then we owned it, then we seem to have sold it, then we're going to rent it. It's a massive confusion, and we talk about trust and we talk about transparency, and it seems to me that the people of St. Lucia need to know. Very briefly, the substantial capital program which is in the budget, Madam President, needs to be the subject of competitive bidding, open tenders. We cannot be spending that amount of money on under direct awards. That is an aberration of the financial regulations. It is an aberration of good governance. It is an aberration of good fiscal management, and we have to get away from that. That is not right. It is not good, and it is costing the taxpayers because you have no way of knowing what a mile of road should really be costing you or what a foot of bridge should really be costing you, because there is no competitive process which should drive the cost down and therefore improve value to the taxpayer and to the government itself. So Transparency, objectivity, through you, Madam President, this is what a good Prime Minister does. And through you, Madam President, let me say that I disagree fundamentally with my fellow senator on both the issue of hiring family members as personal staff and on the abandonment of entire constituencies because they did not vote for a particular party. And if you do that, then you have to question how you yourself come to be here when the very constituency did not elect you. And so to undermine one is to undermine the other. And we can't have the cake without the icing or the icing without the cake. They go together. So the will of the people is predominant, and therefore we have to accept all of the implications of the will of the people if we are going to be a fair and rational government. I close, Madam President, in much the same vein as I began. This is a unique moment for us as individuals and as servants of the people in this House. I believe it is a unique opportunity for our country. Madam President, these last few months of this administration present us with opportunities to engage, to enhance, and to expand. These are three watchwords from Recover, said Lucia, that I actually gave several hours of my life to make happen, and which I'm grateful for because it has allowed me to meet people and help people and see things that I may not have otherwise been open to. There is time to engage, there is time to enhance, there is time to expand our hope and our horizon of possibilities, not just because we can, but because we must, we have to. That imperative comes from the reality of our circumstances as a small developing country with limited options. It is not what we would prefer, but hard facts about where we really are. We cannot go bravely into the night. We need headlamps on. We need both hands on the wheel. We need all the people strapped in. We need engagement. We need the nation to be mobilized. We will not pass this way again if we do not engage our people in the entire process of development. We will all pay the cost. Those of us who would like to live here ought to take that seriously into consideration. And whether or not the budget has done that, whether or not the budget has addressed the imperatives that face households and businesses and citizens and individuals, the voters will ultimately decide. The good people of St. Lucia will decide if that budget has done so or not. I thank you for your patience and the extended time given to me by fellow senators. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister for Culture and the Creative Industries,
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues with respect to extending sympathy to our former Senator, Honorable, well, he was, Joachim Henry, and also to wish our Senator Mauricia well at this time. Madam President, I listened intently to the economists, my fellow senator, who is an economist. And I listened because I knew he was the chair or one of the parties in the Vision Commission a few years ago, you know, and I see you articulating a lot of the things that you would like to see happen in the real world. And I could certainly understand why he's an independent senator, because there's something called reality that we have to live in. And of course, in reality, you look at all the issues, you know, and of course, you ensure that you deliver it in a manner that serves the people in the right way. So, as Minister for Culture and Local Government, Madam President, I can confirm that we all in here understand that everything we do starts and ends with culture. I can report that the United Workers' Party government, the culture that we have is a culture, as we heard earlier, is one of teaching people how to fish. And not just teaching them how to fish, but teaching them how to fish for a lifetime. And God gave man 70 years. So we believe that in the last 5 years, that message, that ethos has come across. And so, Madam President, I'm a proud St. Lucian. And I'm even more proud when I look at the achievements of this government. And I remain confident as a citizen that our country is on the right track. You see, Madam President, what this United Workers' Party government continues to demonstrate is what real representation of people is all about. It's about making the lives of people better. And if we are honest, we will see that. It's about finding solutions continuously for the people. You know, Madam President, it's about creating and building peace and not about creating division. The standard set by this team of workers is high, and the work ethic required is one that knows no discrimination. No discrimination, and people can spin all they want. This government of the United Workers' Party holds no discrimination. I've heard our Prime Minister speak on the efforts of pushing development in the South. I've also heard sitting MPs in the lower house lament their inability to deliver, you understand, after serving for decades in this house. Madam President, the work of this government, of the people, the government for the people and by the people, touches lives every day. Every day, every day. We are all well on course in building our new St. Lucia, new and better St. Lucia. And the work of this government is testimony to that. Madam President, our Constitution, I left mine across there, but our Constitution states that our nation yields to the Almighty God. And I can tell you, being a part of a cabinet that seeks the wisdom and continued guidance from the Almighty God is nothing short of inspirational. And the promise by the Almighty God for those who seek that wisdom is that He will reward those who believe and diligently seek Him. So it's not surprising, Madam President, that this team is delivering in the way that it does. The priorities are clear, and the team UWP cares. Madam President, our country was poised for takeoff after restructuring, reorganization, retooling, redirecting, reshaping, and laying the foundation for a secure future for our people when the great intruder called COVID hit. We had all the trappings of success. Our people were happy. And I'm telling you about the environment we had, you know. The employment levels was the highest it had been in years. We had achieved record levels of employment, 16%. When we took it, it was 25, 28%. Tourism was flourishing. We had record levels of visitor arrivals and stayovers, and plans for new hotels were advancing. All sectors of the economy were faring well. And then the dots were connecting. The Integrated Development Unit within the Prime Minister's office was on target with all its policies and initiatives. And our small businesses, they grew from 2016 to 2019, they grew at 100%. The rate was 100%. So the only issue, or the only ones who were pining during a time in this country, and they continue to pine, are those same people who took to the streets to object to the measures that were being taken to protect all of us from the dreaded global pandemic. That's the only set of people who are pining. Madam President, I shake my head every day, and say, thank God, we have a caring leader. Madam President, our nation was in an extremely optimistic mode when the world came to that screeching halt in March last year. Many people lost their jobs. And even now, over 1 year later, some people are still grappling with that reality and the issues therein. Our employment figures moved. It went up from 16% to 21%. But hear this, it's still far better than when we found it 5 years ago, Madam President, as you know, unprecedented unemployment is the legacy of the Dr. Kenya Antony administration. That's the legacy. You know, that is what they led. An administration where unemployment was rocket high, sky high. Madam President, we have the highest population in the OECS and the largest number of persons with non-communicable diseases such as diabetes. So it should come as no surprise. It should come as no surprise, if we are honest, that St. Lucia is experiencing the highest number of COVID-related deaths in the OECS. It is sad to say, but it is the reality. It is true. And we have to do something about it. All of us, with respect to our own personal health and well-being. Madam President, let us be real. It is natural for a society that has never experienced a global pandemic before to be anxious and concerned about the future. That's natural. Fortunately, the government of the United Workers' Party has a great track record in leading this country with genuine and sincere care and concern for all the people. Our reputation precedes us, and as such, people of this country are always confident and when the United Workers' Party government is in office. As far as they're concerned, everything is going to be all right. That is the nature of the relationship our government has with the people of this country. Fortunately, when our country and people have been facing the most serious threats in many years, it was the UWP government in office. Hurricane Thomas, Hurricane Debbie, you know, Hurricane, Alan, not Alan, because Alan was also in a devastating year, politically as well, for the SLP. But we've always been there. We've always been there. That's the war, that is the one thing that we have going, you know, against, over the SLP. This is a competent, willing, and ready to accept responsibility government that is leading this country at this time. One that can take tough decisions, needed to guide our country safely through this darkest hour. Can you imagine the mess, Madam President, we would have been in if it were the other side in office? God help us. You know, people would panic because the leadership style, and that is the key thing, the difference is the leadership style. The leadership style of those opposites is one of fostering paranoia, driven by fear, panic, doubt, and frustration. That is what we have seen. And we know we've been around for a long time, so we can tell you the difference. Madam President, the prime purpose of government is to serve the people. This government stayed focused on the agenda, the provision of a stable, effective, and competent government. The members of our leadership team are well organized, working in harmony with each other to deliver the results for our people. Our country's leadership was never in contention. Madam President, this country continues to benefit and witness leadership that matters. In times of crisis, we found the money. We found $70 million to support the needy. In times of crisis, we found the money to build and transform our health care. So today, Madam President, what do we see? On the health front, we have a new respiratory hospital. We have the OKU, which is finally open and functional. We have St. Jude's which is under construction and soon to finish. It will finish. We are committed to finishing it, and it will be done. We have COVID cases been down. They've gone down. And the vaccine is readily available. So far, over 23,000 St. Lucians have taken their first shot. And you know something? In Castries East, over 700 persons have gotten their jab. We also have new and modern health facilities which are being constructed in our community villages of Ancillary, Dennery, and Micoud. So, St. Lucia is moving in the right direction. Madam President, despite the grave financial crisis, we were able to ensure that our hard-working public servants were paid their salaries and on time. And on time. And on time. They worked hard. They worked hard. And they continue to work hard for us because it's their advice, their guidance that helps us shape the policies that we do for this country. Just in case you don't know. But they're working hard and they got their money. Madam President, another significant achievement for our team is the fact that we maintain a peaceful environment. That's what people want in government, stability and peace. A peaceful environment. Throughout our communities, you see the symbols, of peace. They are captured in the murals on the walls in Ancillary, Font-Saint-Jacques, Bellevue, and Marcia. And, and in Marcia in particular, Madam President, we saw how the death of one man and the celebration of his life on the walls of that community transformed lives. We witnessed that. And so we understand what it is to care about people and communities. And as I speak, the second phase of that project is ongoing in the community. Madam President, that sense of peace that we see in our communities is also captured in the communities where work is ongoing on our recreational facilities for community cohesion. We laud the support of agencies like the St. Lucia Olympic Committee as a delivery partner with the new world-class court at the entry post secondary school for the children of that institution and the community. Just in case you didn't know, we care. That sense of peace also reigns in the refurbished and constructed homes for our vulnerable and destitute people. That sense of peace is also captured in the footprints or the footpaths, the drains, the roads that have been established to satisfy the burning desire for the people for an improved quality of life and better standard of living. Ask people like Junior and Malaiva and Anya, and the rest of the neighborhood in a small community in Pave, Madam President, how a small bridge, transformed their lives in a very short space of time. That's the environment in which we live because we care. Because we care. Madam President, our team on this side of the House is responsible and proactive. We are not hyperactive, we are not reactive, and we do not panic in the face of adversity. You know why, Madam President? You know why we do that? Or we don't do these things? Because we anticipate, we plan, we organize, we execute, and we deliver. And above all, we are great believers in not taking advantage of people and their vulnerabilities. We do not just jump to conclusions because we wake up from sleep. We know what we are doing. We do not take, running our country seriously. We do not take running a country seriously by suggesting measures that will place our economic fortunes in harm's way. We on this side understand that leadership matters, and that's what we are offering to our country. Madam President, as a government, we are there to give our citizens hope and show them how we are always seeking a better way and working for a better day. And we see that in the legislation and policies that we have passed in the last 5 years. Madam President, I've got a whole litany of them here, over 90 pieces of legislation, either developed or amended to facilitate the work of this government. To name a few, we had the amendment to the Crown Proceedings Act, we had the Fiscal Amendment Act, the amendment to the Finance Act, the Child Development, the Child Development Act, All of these are there, and they are living testimony of the vibrancy of our government and our commitment to serving our citizens effectively. Transparency, and I heard one of the members talk about transparency earlier, one of the senators. Transparency, citizen participation, and accountability are at the core of what we do. Madam President, as a government, our responsibility is to create an environment where our people are continuously challenged to bring out their best. They are challenged to bring out their best. And in the last 5 years, we have seen great demonstrations of this through the enhancements in the various policies and programs in health, security, agriculture, commerce, and a host of others. With respect to the Ministry of Health, we noted and recognized the sterling performance of our Chief Medical Officer and her team, as well as the frontline workers in the battle with COVID. They were great at what they were doing. Yes, as human beings, we will make mistakes, but generally, that team was excellent. We all found joy in listening. We all were reassured by the positive vibes coming through, the people who worked in the health ministry. So, Madam Minister, we want you to convey that sentiment, or Madam Senator, we want you to convey that sentiment from us here in the Senate, with respect to your team. In my ministry, in the delivery of our independence celebrations, we included new programming that allows for the best of us to be showcased, in all areas. This year, we witnessed a special theme, the Prime Minister's Playlist, which featured local musical talent on display. We all got goosebumps as we saw that talent unfold. We also saw feature presentations from communities against the backdrop of our physical beauty, the physical beauty of our country. An amazing achievement, which was highly rated by all St. Lucians who viewed from across the globe. All of us were proud. Madam President, we continue to recognize our outstanding citizens and created the Goodwill and Brand Ambassador Program, where the best of us are celebrated and supported in efforts to make our society great. We continue to encourage our communities throughout the course of the year. We continue to encourage our communities to recognize their people. On the walls of Marshall, along with the school, we have included a full wall dedicated to our artists, the young people in the constituency who have the talent, who are prepared to blaze that community and, of course, make things happen. Singers, dancers, disc jockeys, producers, you name it, they have been identified. People like HP and Alfie of Avid Dancers, Barry George from Silver Shadows, Gary Butts, T.C. Brown, Ambi, Teddyson, John, Ricky T, Pringles, Buffalo, Jordan and Panman Imran. All of these are ambitious young people who come through, the programming.
Madam President, I would like to invoke Standing Order 37-1 to redirect the Honorable Senator to the subject at hand, which is the bill.
Senator, would you tie your example to the bill at hand?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, as Minister of Culture, I think I mentioned from the onset that this presentation of mine is a reflection, not necessarily of the numbers in there, but the environment that we've created to ensure that St. Lucia delivers, in any one year. And so what I've sought to do here is to capture the essence of our community now as we speak. And that is reflected in the budget that you see here today.
Accepted, Senator, but it still needs to be tied back to the appropriation bill at some stage, and I've given you some time to go through this.
Okay. But Madam President, one of the key programs that we do have at the Ministry of Culture is the whole question of the Goodwill Ambassadors Program. That allows for citizens across the globe, to contribute to nation building. And in any one year, these persons contribute to our programming within our country. So, for example, we have Mr. Ken Chitoli, who continues to work from Canada to provide support to our nation. Recently, we received a donation of wheelchairs for our persons who are disabled, physically disabled. We also will be receiving shortly a whole shipment of face masks, face shields for our young people across our schools. So our goodwill ambassadors are working. We had Charlie Murovic, who also continues to work and connect us with his various networks. Claudia Edward just recently completed a solar system programming with the children of Blusher in the Blusher Combined School. And of course, Commissioner Gordon, Laverne Spencer, Darren Sammy, who all continue to work, within our programming to ensure that our country continues to thrive and do better. Madam President, we on this side of the House will continue to respond in the way that we know best to the concerns and hopes of our people. We do so by facilitating, empowering, creating opportunities, and building resilience every step of the way in all that we do for our people. That is the essence of the Ministry of Culture, Creative Industries. That is the essence of the society that we have. And that is the essence, or that is the ethos that exists, you understand, through all our government agencies. Empowering, creating those opportunities, and building resilience every step of the way, for our people. Madam President, our response to the pandemic was highly structured, and I just want to go back on that. Its tentacles ran very deep. Many households, farmers, hoteliers, and their staff benefited in one way or the other from the hot meal and care packages program. Over 3,200 students benefited from the school bursary program in Castries East. You don't like to hear me say Castries East, you're all afraid. In Castries East, Bocage, Tiroche, Entrepot, Independent City, Chabot, Wascolands, Bagatelle, Marchand, Tirouge, Pave, Benadil, Rockall, Arundel Hill, Boboville, and of course Bishop Gap. Over 200 students benefited from the program, just in case the people did not know, because people say they don't know. And so when they hear statements, they just twist it, to create a sense that there's discrimination. These things happen within the constituency, and we need to do our research, get the facts before we come and speak, Madam President, over $1 million was provided for income support with these and other critical programs with respect to maintaining the calm in our country. And of course, all of this was much to the chagrin of those opposite. Madam President, as we battle with the COVID virus, many agencies joined that effort. And as a person on the ground for the government, I can think off the bat of the tireless efforts of the St. Lucia Red Cross, Mr. Hubert Pierre and his team. I want to say thank you to them on behalf of the many people of Castries and indeed our country for the support that they gave. I could also think of agencies like Rise St. Lucia, the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, the Community Sports and Cultural Club, Events St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, St. Lucia Bankers Association, the National Insurance Scheme. All of these organizations came to the fore and assisted in complementing the work that was being undertaken by the government in reaching out to our people in this crisis. Participation was high. The enthusiasm was incredible despite the fact that we were dealing with a global pandemic. Madam President, over the last 2 years, there has been much debate about the construction of the many roads that we've seen.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Yes, Madam President. I would like to move for the suspension of Standing Order 9.3 to enable the Senate to sit beyond the prescribed time of 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 9.3 be suspended to enable the Senate to sit beyond the prescribed time of 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, Senator. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, over the last few years, I was saying there's been much debate about the construction of the roads. And roads are part of our culture, whether it be muddy roads, steps, whatever it is, footpaths, it's part of our culture. And all of that is embodied within the estimates that we are reviewing. Madam President, over the last 2 years, there's been much debate about the construction of roads in our country. Can you imagine a political party mounts a campaign trying to destabilize a government's plan on a government's development agenda underpinned by infrastructure and jobs? Can you imagine that's what we do? If the SLP had any sense of politics 101, they would know that people like improvement. People love improvement. Whether it be you move from a mud to a straight concrete path or to a main road, people love improvement. And so we must respect that, you know. Right now in St. Lucia, the SLP is not an option. They're not an improvement. Madam President, roads are vital for increasing employment, improving access to education and health services. And Madam President, you know, it hurts my heart because the political colors have blinded us, you know, and we don't see the value in improving even our roads to our hospitals. Because I remember when we came here for the bill to discuss the Millennium Redevelopment Project, it was not supported. A hospital, yes, I reflect on that. Madam President, you know, those opposites started in government and they continue their tirade on the people's healthcare system, denying all St. Lucians basic health care by refusing to open the OKU. We must go there, you know, once it was completed. They refused to open it. They went even further by denying improvement to the road network. And let me assure you, the citizens of St. Lucia, that when the time comes, we know you will do the right thing. And I hope, Madam Chair, Madam President, that they punish those who sought to block improvements that would help improve their lives and well-being. Madam President, road networks are critical or crucial in fighting poverty. And for communities like Bagatelle and Bakadere, you know, which both had the highest levels of leadership in our country, to be left unattended is a sore sight today. Madam President, as a St. Lucian, I saw the neglect of the people in the Wasco-Lans area and took on my own, working with my team, to try to ensure that we deliver the road for the people in that area, a community that has been established for over 40 years. Roads create and facilitate empowerment and enterprise. As the vendor or small business owner who recognizes the new traffic flow in the neighborhood and sets up shop along the way. Ask people like Steve in Pave, who is thankful for a space by the road to assist in managing his small business to care for his family. Roads create opportunities in all areas of nation building. You know, ask the people in Upper Bocage, where the roadway is now being fixed between Bocage and Kako Babano. You know, that's under construction. Ask people like Miss Lucy and her neighbors who are benefiting from the added value to their property and access to their homes, where driveways, pathways are all being constructed, you know, to enhance their premises. According to the great planners on the other side, Madam Chair, you know, even our airport should be abandoned and we resort to small boats and parachutes to attract foreign direct investment. You know, I continue to shake my head, Madam President. Madam President, if there is one thing that defines community, a community is its housing. Across St. Lucia, we have unfortunate cases of people living in deplorable conditions. And all of that we're talking about is related to the appropriation bill. Because we live in the community, our culture is all around us. Everything we do starts and ends with culture. So the way we live is a major issue for us as well. And Madam President, I'm indeed heartened that there is a commitment to improve the housing conditions for our vulnerable and deprived. You know, they will be getting much attention. And under this administration, we all heard the pronouncement by the Minister of External Affairs on the establishment of a relationship with Habitat International, an agency well known for its social housing portfolio. This, combined with our own village tourism project, which affords opportunity for improvement in housing for all citizens desirous of participating in industry, is worthy of note. Homeowners can now access funding and support to improve their homes. We see model homes already existing in Ancillary, Forestier, Chauzel, and Soufrière, where homes for the vulnerable are upgraded and improve the aesthetics of their communities, but most importantly, offering a greater level of comfort, you know, to these residents. It is my intention to ensure that Castries East, a community that has been so deprived, particularly with the vulnerable, gets a piece of that pie. Madam President, we are building a modernized and new St. Lucia. And while we always pay homage and respect our heritage and culture, And this is reflected in our laws with respect to the National Archives Authority in St. Lucia, the St. Lucia National Trust Act, and the National Conservation Authority. We must acknowledge that our world and our environment is changing. And we too must respond appropriately if we want to be competitive as citizens of the world and live in comfort here. So we must balance, the two. Our artists continue to show us the way. They continue to take advantage of the many opportunities available, such as our small grant. And I heard the senator, the independent senator spoke earlier. We do have a small grant. Last year we had $500,000 in there. This year we have $250,000. So that's just for your information. Matching grant, we can provide support to artists once they come in. There's a clear criteria in terms of how that is accessed, and they can get the support. They continue to take advantage of the many opportunities, such as our small grant financing initiative to produce locally at world-class standards. And we see that in our teams that went up to Carré Festa, and at other regional and international events, whether it is in person or online performances. Our musicians and our indigenous music are making waves internationally, creating a desire and hunger for music by enthusiasts and carnival lovers all over the world. New studios are being developed, and I heard the senator earlier. So we have new studios being established in Ravin-Poisson, in Groseilliers, Ancillary, and Dennery. And I can say with respect to the Groseilliers facility, that the Groseilliers facility came about because of work that the Cultural Development Foundation was involved in with the CDB to ensure that youth at risk, youth with talent, youth with capability, who didn't have the resources, you understand, were able to marry their efforts to deliver this particular project. So that facility is going to be managed by the Cultural Development Foundation, and of course, nobody else. When I say nobody else, you get the drift. They would be in charge of that project. I can announce too that we also have some specific conditions where we provide support to personalized home studios as well. Because we recognize that the importance of the industry, we recognize that individuals are also doing their own work at home. We recognize that individuals can also market themselves online. We recognize that people can access through social media all over the globe. And so we need to provide support for them, and we are doing that as well. Madam President, our talented and cultural persons continue, our personalities continue to document our history. And that's important because a people must understand their history to determine their destiny. I can highlight the recently launched first modern book of dance, St. Lucian Dance, which featured 40 years of dance by the indefatigable Christine Samuel. Today, I want to place on record my absolute delight and deep appreciation for the offer of the literature Ms. Samuel added to the conversation on dance in St. Lucia. Well done, Christine. Our country is proud of you. Christine Samuel, great job. And so that's what we want. Talented, young, and our agency is prepared to work along with them and the private sector to make it happen for them. That's what we do. That's the environment in which we're working. That's the environment we have for our young people. That's where the young people in the Ministry of Culture, that's where they come alive, and so we have that opportunity for them. And of course, we are happy, to announce when they have done well, we are here to showcase them and present them, to the rest of the world. Madam President, the world is digitally driven and is now at our fingertips. And so even within our culture, we need to ensure that we have the capacity, you understand, to be able to deliver it, or to ensure that all citizens can benefit from it. And I know the initiatives presented by the Ministers of Education and Equity, that these in the ministries, Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Equity, that these areas are well covered. Today, citizens can access several government services online though. Critical services like your driver's licenses, renewal of learner's permit, and soon to come, birth certificates, which really has been a nightmare for some people over the years, will be available at their fingertips. Already too, we can order groceries and food online, so this is a welcome, to our people and our communities. Madam President, our digital system is not yet perfect. We've heard all the challenges, and we continue to work to refine and fine-tune it. We just came out of our students being homeschooled with more experience in delivering this type of service. So we would have learned the lessons well. And of course, being the type of government that we are, we would look to ensure that we learn from the best practices and of course try to ensure that we deliver better services to our people. E-books and virtual classrooms are no longer dreams, but necessities. And my government has begun modernizing schools with Choiseul Secondary School and soon to be delivered Laguerre Combined School being the models. You know, Madam President, leadership matters because it's because of the sterling leadership of the Alan Michael Chasney that we are delivering those things to the people of this country. Madam President.
Senator,
yes?
I remind you all to refer to members of parliament by their correct title, not by their names.
Honorable Prime Minister. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Madam President, in this COVID time, obviously the budget for our sector, I think I may have missed a page here. I may have missed the page. I think I turn my attention now, of course, Madam President, to the Ministry of Broadcasting, Culture, Tourism, Creative Industries. Madam President, in this COVID time, obviously the budget for our sector has been significantly impacted. This, of course, will have implications for all our national events and programs over the next year. As creatives, we are challenged to find innovative ways to keep our artists engaged, to help maintain the calm and the peace in our society. And we continue to do that. You know, we saw the successful delivery of our independence programs, and we continue to see delivery of programming across the country, and ensuring, of course, that our artists are engaged in these times. Madam President, when we began this journey 5 years ago, our focus was on creating an environment for the celebration of St. Lucia's cultural heritage and the development of a vibrant national creative industries program. The first thing we did, of course, we worked to establish Events in Lucia to coordinate the national events and festivals that contribute to economic, cultural, and artistic and social development, the artistic and social development objectives of our country. Events in Lucia has lived up to expectations, doing all the restructuring and reformatting required for the various events. Unfortunately, COVID has not allowed them to implement the new models based on the analysis of the research and the data, you understand, that they have collected. Despite this major setback, Events in Lucia continues to stay relevant and offer support to national initiatives, particularly those that require logistical support. And just to note that in the early part of the pandemic, they were involved in the delivery of the National Feeding Program and, of course, recently, the National Vaccination Trust. Madam President, within the last year, we have sought to restructure the Cultural Development Foundation to ensure that its prime focus is on the development and training of artistic expression as instruments of social transformation and nation building. An amount of $1,658,100 has been programmed in the budget for the organization. The other institution that supports our cultural development work is the Folk Research Center. The amount programmed for them this year is $322,000. And of course, I mentioned earlier the grant of $250,000 to facilitate the development of the creative sector. Madam President, we on this side of the House are committed to building a new St. Lucia by empowering our citizens. This new St. Lucia is a society where our people, particularly our youth, are central in nation building. A society where we are inspired daily by the success of each other. I particularly want to thank the staff of the various agencies, the Cultural Development Foundation, Events in Lucia, Folk Research Center, the Ministry of Tourism, and all other agencies and civil society, which continue to play a great role in the empowerment of our people of this country. Madam President, permit me a few minutes, Madam President, to address the people in the constituencies that have not had representatives on this government team. Proceed. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to say that the culture of victimization and vindictiveness that was rooted in the affirmative action thinking of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration is dominant in Castries. This must end. It destroyed that sense of ownership and belonging in community and made some citizens feel less valued. I have been on the ground for the last 5 years and have seen all the symbols and edifices of the victimization that has taken place in that community. And you know, I heard my colleague earlier and the young Senator Joar earlier, and we always know that as a man thinketh in his heart, you know, so is he, you know, Madam President. I want to say that all St. Lucians are important. And I offer the opportunity to institute a philosophy, head of philosophy, that empowers and embraces all so that the community can become buoyant and alive again. That's what we want. We want an environment where our people are contributing, they are part of the process, and they don't feel in any way, you know, that they are inhibited by anyone. We have to be very clear of this, on this. Representation is feeling the burdens that the people are carrying and taking the necessary action to assist them. It's not good enough to just talk or just criticize or look to undermine, but you need to act with a good heart to move your people ahead. People judge you by your actions. When you approve the construction of drains that serve one family and destroys another property, this cannot be right. We need to look at the whole picture, you know? And when the park is built and it is not handed to the relevant authority for its maintenance and management, it cannot be right. Because we want all the children to benefit and not some children. Everyone must be a part. When a person comes for assistance and is denied that assistance because of political leaning, or the doors are shut in the children's face, it cannot be right. These are the facts on the ground. There are many experiences, and who felt it knows it. You know, we have to be real. And we heard it in the presentations from the Senator Therapolius. We heard it in the presentation from Senator Jawe. I call on people in those constituencies to tell them, do not get caught up in the past. Do not get caught up in the past. We need everybody to look to the future. That's where the solutions are. And, you know, look to the future with hope, confidence for something better. We are tired of being made to feel like victims. Let us rise up. We have the skills, competence, and capabilities. We know we have the people who can make the difference. We know that in all of these communities, we have people who can make the difference. You know, Castries East, for me, deserves better leadership that can secure the future that we aspire to for ourselves and our children. For Castries East to see the long-delayed improvements that it so desperately needs, we know that. The PM spoke about it, you know. For them to see those improvements, for them to see hope return, for them to see the unemployed getting opportunities for work, for them to see the required changes for which they have been waiting for so long. The representative for that constituency, and I want the people to hear me,
Senator,
the representative for that constituency.
I remind you we're on about the appropriation bill.
Beg your pardon, Madam Chair?
I remind you we're about the appropriation bill.
Yes. Madam President, this is about the appropriation bill. You know, it's about the environment that we create for our people. And this is the fundamental issue with respect to the programs and services that a government offers. And when we offer the services, we expect it to be delivered in the right way. And so what you want is a representative for the people whose heart is in the right place. What you want is a representative who really cares for the people. What you want is a representative who will work continuously and tirelessly to improve their conditions and prospects. And there must be, and that is my point, and that person must be on the inside of government to make the changes. You can't stay outside and make changes. You must come in. You must be a part. Let us make the change and not be coward by the empty and misleading noises of the boy who cries wolf. Enough is enough. The time is now. Madam President, I end with this quote. You know, we cannot seek to achieve for ourselves. We cannot seek to achieve for ourselves and forget about the progress and prosperity for our community. There is no way. We cannot seek for ourselves and forget about those who are supposed to be on the journey with us. You know, representation is every day, every day, every day. You know, Madam President, given the realities of our country, on behalf of the people, I support the appropriation bill, and thank you for your indulgence at this time.
Senator Jean-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, fellow senators. Madam President, with your permission, I would love to join you and my fellow senators on expressing condolences to our former opposition leader in the Senate, Senator Joachim Henry, on the loss of his son. Also, I know Senator Mauricia Francis Thomas is going through some emotional times, and our hearts and prayers is with her. The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we express our love to them and hoping that as they go through this ordeal, we ourselves in St. Lucia are with them, and that at least they can get some normalcy. And I also implore our people that they could let us open our doors to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for this, at this trying time. Madam President, as I rise to support this appropriation bill, I have no doubt in my mind that this appropriation bill, at this time in our history, it calls for leadership, and we are at a juncture where we might well be presenting our last appropriation bill before the judgment day of the people. I believe that this government, through stable leadership, has delivered to the people of this country, and we break this. We seem to have a pattern in St. Lucia from 2006. We've been seeking for proper leadership, and government have been on a rotational basis. I call on St. Lucians, as we come to this juncture in our history, that you should decide carefully, and at the time when our country and the world is in dire straits, we have seen the expression of leadership in this government, and it is a question that we as St. Lucians should choose and continue with the best. Madam President, we are a resilient people, and we definitely will overcome. The situation that we are faced today, as has been presented, by all our honorable senators here today. I think it is trying times for all of us. And like Senator Auger noted, running a country is no different to running a home. And it's not easy when particularly you have young kids and you do not know where the next meal is coming from. And when I hear the theme putting people first, sometimes I ask myself the question, isn't the government representing people? And isn't the government representing the majority of persons who went to the ballot and elected a government? Madam President, when I take a deeper look into this appropriation bill, as customary, finance would have gotten the bigger chunk. But Madam President, social services is getting the biggest purse out of this budget. Madam President, isn't this putting people first? I am asking, the funds allocated for social services, isn't it being used on people? Madam President, when I look across the chambers and I look at my honorable opposition senators, they are more fortunate than I am because they are being represented in government by the best representatives. But I find myself in opposition, not getting the level of representation that my people, particularly my people in Majomel, Madam President, I do not doubt when my honorable senator on the other side spoke of his experience in quantity surveying and the number of years, I do not doubt him at all. But the question is, you have the best road network in Grozily. The people of Majomel, the one minibus they had that could take them to church, cannot even traverse this road anymore. Madam President, the prayers of the people of Majomel will soon be heard. And the people of Majomel and the rest of the Labri Auger constituency, you will have a perfect opportunity where you will elect a representative that will deliver on your behalf. Madam President, if I have to come here, the people of Labri Auger, I do not have to come here and call the number of projects that they are asking for. If I have to do this, I may have to do like the deaf announcement, name a few, and my priority would definitely be the Majomel Road, and the rest would go on the too numerous to mention. Madam President, as I visit the Prime Minister's address on page 56, I have reason for hope. And I know we are in trying times. We've heard a lot of criticisms of why do this now, or it is not the right time. We as a country have to continue to prepare the country because we will not remain in COVID everlastingly. Madam President, on page 56, as I quote the Prime Minister, I quote, "The Hiwanura International Airport, HIA, which has a long and illustrious history, has since undergone some upgrades, but has outlived its useful life and is in desperate need of another upgrade," unquote. End of quote. Madam President, sometimes I say, I'm proud to say, I'm a resident of Hiwanura. Reason being, from age 18, as a young fireman, I've been stationed at Hiwanura Airport every day. And I emphasize every day, up to a day like today. So I am aware of the struggles of the plant at Hiwanura Airport, and I'm also aware of, on a Saturday, if I have to go back to 2018 and 2019, when tourism peaked in St. Lucia, at the point when we were just about taking off, I know the struggles that we go through at Hiwanura Airport in terms of not having adequate, even the conveyor belt, the problems that incoming passengers would have in getting the luggage. And sometimes you wait for hour plus only because of the difficulty in handling the luggage. The difficulty with the workers of CDSL, of us not having jet bridges, and when we are affected by weather, don't talk about the buckets that you have to put to catch the water when it rains. So definitely, the plant at Hiwanura definitely has outlived its usefulness. Madam President, the Social and Economic Review, in page 106, spoke about our tourism arrival in the years it spoke both about airport traffic statistics, both of VG and Hiwanura, but I will dwell mainly on Hiwanura because Hiwanura is our main airport. And the figures there in 2018 and 2019 will show the significant decline in tourism arrival in 2020, all because of the pandemic. I do not disagree with opposition senators when they spoke about agriculture and the need for diversification. But Madam President, for agriculture to be successful in this country, you will need this nexus between agriculture and tourism. And truth be it, you almost cannot go anywhere at this point in time without tourism. Only tourism will take us back to the point where we were in 2018-19. And the leader of opposition business recognized this. Hence the reason why he called on the Prime Minister after doing so much that I think the leader of opposition business wanted the Prime Minister to achieve everything in one term. At least leave the village tourism for his next term. Madam President, I continue to give my fullest support to this appropriation bill. And I turn to page 61 of the Prime Minister's address. I am very elated indeed. Just as Majomel is next to my heart, the community of Pom in Oji is one of the areas that is very dear to my heart, Madam President. The generations of the people of Pom were removed from cantonment when the Americans took over the cantonment area, where they were landowners and they were sent to Pom as squatters, and that remained unresolved up to a day like today. I would love to pledge my support and to let my people of Pom know that sooner than later you will get a chance to correct this anomaly.
So, Senator, it would be the residents of Pom and not your people.
I do admit, Madam President, that they are part and parcel of the constituency where I seek to represent, but I do admit, and I take your correction, that they are not my people, but they will become my people. Madam President, on page 61, bullet number 4, to rationalize existing unplanned settlements and to establish residential land developments around the island. I continue to quote from the Prime Minister's budget. In last year's budget address, I alluded to the commencement of a number of initiatives with respect to settlements upgrades and the rationalization of several unplanned developments. These are ongoing activities with full approval for the development plans of Opicon in Vieux-Fort North, Pom Auger being granted by DCA. Pom Auger is in the Labrie Auger constituency, Madam President. And end of quote. I do not think that anybody in St. Lucia can doubt. And I also wish to add that I believe the people of Pom Auger should get special concession in obtaining those lands. We have the Lacroix Road area of Labrie, which came under development long after the Pom settlement. Lands have been sold in these areas. I know work is ongoing at Opicon and at Larichus in Vieux-Fort South. Madam President, in my secondary school years, in 1975 to 78, both Opicon and Larichus was, you could say, uninhabited. And for the people of those areas to have gotten this opportunity before the people of Pom, I still believe the people of Pom need this opportunity, because I have not seen any work that is being done at Pom to suggest that whereas it is approved, that we can see some movements. But I have hope because I believe that our government will deliver for our people, and sooner than later, that I know that when we continue our governance of this country, the opportunity will come that our people in the Labrie-Auger constituency will get the total quality representation that they deserve. Madam President, we've heard of a lot of pronouncements made over the past months with regards to what one would have loved to see. And we heard a famous pronouncement of releasing people from prison and even hiring taxis to take them home. But really and truly, Madam President, what I would love to see in the 21st century, I would have loved to see that all petty crimes and all St. Lucians, dead and alive, that have been placed on the criminal records of St. Lucia for a petty marijuana case, that the names should be cleared, whether dead or whether alive. Madam President, we do not hear too much being spoken about the work of the Attorney General's chambers. But I believe within the last 5 years, our Attorney General and his staff has worked exceedingly hard, even within this COVID environment. You know, I would not fancy being the AG at this time and the pressures that he had upon him. I think due recognition should be given to the great work that our AG and his staff has delivered for this country at a time when it was very difficult and very strenuous. Madam President, I listened carefully, and it was Senator Auger who spoke about the monies of NIC being taken and it has to be replaced. Madam President, the contribution of NIC went to contributors and non-contributors. And some of those non-contributors were persons from my sector, the taxi sector, and a lot of taxi drivers in St. Lucia does not contribute towards NIC. And I am happy that they have gotten this assistance, and I think in a new dispensation, I support the call that whether you are self-employed or whether you're employed directly, you ought to make a contribution towards your future, because it is important, and COVID should at least teach us a lesson to know that it is not all well that when it is well, we also have to think of the hard times. And as I continue on the tourism front, Madam President, I am also happy to report that under this government, the taxi sector received duty-free concession for the first time in many years. I am also calling on the government, when being re-elected, because of the current environment, not many of our taxi drivers will be able to take advantage of this concession. I am already appealing that our government should consider extending this concession to our drivers. Madam President, I know the question of St. Jude's. I am disappointed about St. Jude's because I would have loved to see St. Jude's being completed. I think right now we are on our third government on the St. Jude's Hospital project. But what I can say, I am happier where St. Jude's is today than where it was in 2016. Because we are building a brand new hospital, Madam President. And I am certain that my members opposite will be happy to know and to see the progress. Not that they don't know. I just think it was political mischief by trying to say I want to go to St. Jude's when I want. The opposition had nothing to make noise about, so the opposition just looked for something to make noise. So don't worry, Madam President. Madam President, I think St. Lucia is on the right path to recovery. I believe that the foundation is well laid. We have a perfect example ahead of us. And I think that St. Lucians will get a perfect opportunity, and we are at our juncture where we need to elect decisive leadership to take this country past where we are today. Madam President, we have seen and we have heard of promises through you, Madam President. Can I say to the people of this country, do not allow bluffs. Et consequent moun kay di pa kite sa ou hawe ou sa ou poko we. Madam President, we've heard of all what was promised in the past. And in 2016, what we promised can be attested to, it was delivered. And the 5 to stay alive, right now we need more than the 5 to stay alive. So we need to be careful what we do and where we go as far as this term is concerned. Madam President, I know that when we took over governance in this country, St. Lucia did not have a forensic lab. One of our campaign promise for the 2016 general election was that the forensic lab would have been opened, and I think is in the Economic and Social Review, if I'm correct, no, it was the Prime Minister's budget address. The Prime Minister, in page 68, the Prime Minister spoke about the gains that have been made by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force in the use of the forensic lab with regards to solving of crime. So, we know, Madam President, that it was one of our campaign promises that came to fruition. Madam President, a lot has been said about the Ojo Labs and the ITEL BPO. I do not want to go back there, but it is difficult not to bring the south of the island into focus, because this is where I'm from. This is where my honorable leader of opposition business is from. We all want to see the betterment of the South. And our Prime Minister, our political leader, did not just speak, but he demonstrated. He demonstrated that he is one that is serious about the development of the south of the country. Madam President, I've asked the question here before. What would be the opposition stance on Ojo Labs if peradventure they would have won the next election? It's an impossible task, but sometimes you ask the question. Madam President, you know, I shook my head when I heard the pronouncement that Ojo Labs is welcome and the opposition will not be against anything that creates employment, particularly youth employment. But the level of criticism and the frequency in which you hear the FFF, the triple F, Madam President. Madam President, when I grew up as a young man in Labrie, the meaning for triple F for me in the sports vein was Flicko's Flying Floyd. And he was the best, one of the best goalkeepers in St. Lucia at the time. And Floyd Alexander from Viewfort South and Marciano Prince of Viewfort South, they might well be, if not the two best, but among two of the best footballers Viewfort have produced. And it just caught my attention, unfortunately, that a refurbished Philippe Massenet-Grong, it was called, it was Friendship Park before, it was renamed Philippe Massenet-Grong. Those two names, it just dawned upon me that those two footballers were not mentioned. I'm wondering why. It's a matter for me to investigate. Madam President, permit me to say congratulations to our gold medal beach soccer football coach, Felix Eroff St. Rose, who have just been appointed as head coach of the Virgin Islands under 15 football team. Madam President, you know, most times prophets don't get honor in the country. Sometimes we have to go, and don't worry, it is still the name of St. Lucia. And I mean, the leader of opposition business as a sports administrator will definitely know what I'm speaking about. We've also heard, Madam President, of the argument of the improvement of playing surfaces in St. Lucia, the AstroTurf versus the grass surface. Madam President, I'm a sportsman, but I'm a cricketer, but I love football. But when we see the improvement of sporting surfaces, it will also improve and enhance the quality of our players. And one of the avenues by which we can develop as a country is sports-wise. Darren Sammy and Julian Charles, a perfect example that has succeeded when it comes to sports in St. Lucia, cricket-wise. Personally, I am of the view if a community has one playing field, it should not be AstroTurf, because you should be serving a dual purpose both with cricket and football. It makes it difficult for a community with one playing field to have AstroTurf, because it is difficult to put a cricket pitch. You cannot put a cricket pitch on the AstroTurf. But that does not prevent the improvement of the facility, because we see the FIFA Gold project in the valley. It's an AstroTurf. The Football Association, and in speaking with some referees, I was told that even venturing out of St. Lucia, playing certain football matches, that when they go out there, they play on AstroTurf. It makes it more difficult for even our own players to adjust to those surfaces. So I believe we need improvement, but we need to get the mix right. Madam President, we've heard a lot of discussion on the question of the non-participation of St. Lucia in football qualifying, World Cup qualifying. Madam President, the role of sports administration, particularly football, politics and sports don't mix, and politics and sports should not mix.
Senator, you have 10 more minutes.
Is it 10 more minutes? I think I should be able to wrap up in 10 minutes, Madam President. Madam President, FIFA is very strict, and I am certain that the leader of opposition business, as a renowned sport administrator, is well versed with sports and sports administration when it comes to FIFA. So for those persons out there, Madam President, who believes that the government should have intervened, I say to them, no. St. Lucia stand a chance of being banned if the politics get involved in the sports administration. Madam President, I'm guided not to say my constituency, because I guess you have warned me about this. But it would be a little bit remiss of me to end and do not make a few pronouncements when it comes to the Labrie Auger constituency. Madam President, we are coming at a critical juncture in our history, and it is important for the people of St. Lucia, more specifically the people of Labri Oje constituency, to take a definite look at the level of representation and to decide what direction that we go as far as political representation is concerned. Madam President, I would wish to place on record and say to the people, not my people, the people of the Labri Oje constituency, that you have been fooled once, you have been duped once, and I would love to place on record that all the contracts that were awarded to you 2 weeks before the last election, which you still have in your hands, the opportunity is yours now to get a chance to execute those contracts. Madam President, political representation is a serious business, and it takes the love of people to want to represent people. And as a cooperator and as one that have always involved in the business of the people, I think the leadership and the definite promise and delivery of the Prime Minister with regard to the South gave me renewed confidence to continue to support the vision of a United Workers' Party government. Madam President, without a doubt, the South has taken off. Let me report, Madam President, for the first time since the establishment of the free zone at Hiwanora, that the FZMA in 2020 was 100% occupied. That was the first time that happened since it was established in the year 2000. Of course, yes, it was established under a Labour Party government, and without a doubt, it shows that business, there is confidence in this administration, and the business is thriving. I tell BPO and Ojo Labs is making a significant contribution to employment, and more so youth employment. Madam President, the role has reversed. You will not believe that we have people coming from Grozile, Babuno, from every point in St. Lucia now coming to work in Vieux-Fort. So, indeed, the new frontier has finally arrived. And I am looking forward to us coming out of this COVID era, when we will see the total development of the South. You have the Vieux-Fort Water Project, where Vieux-Fort South, Vieux-Fort North, and Labri will be directly benefiting. Madam President, in the Bans community of Laho, those people, they hardly see water. I am saying to them, this will be addressed. We also have, Madam President, a cruise ship terminal. As you know, as a tourism person, I am very excited, and I am looking forward to reintroducing cruise tourism to St. Lucia. And I'm praying God that it can happen sooner than later. Madam President, I wish to thank you and my fellow senators for taking the time to listen to me. And I would love to give my 100% support of more than $1.6 billion on this appropriation bill. My final utterance on this bill, Madam President, is that this is an appropriation bill that needs leadership. That is our future. Part of this budget will have to be financed by grants and by borrowing. Something happened at some point in time. We could not borrow. Madam President, I thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Deputy President. I am going to attempt, of course, as normal, to keep my rebuttal as concise as possible. Fellow senators, I wish we did not have to do the back and forth today, but as I presented the bill, I know that many senators had quite a few questions. First of all, Senator Gibeon started with the St. Jude Hospital, and then after making your presentation, you alluded that we ought not to go there, but you had already asked all the questions. So, Mr. Deputy President, I want to set the record straight today about the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project, St. Jude Hospital, the fire, and so on. At the end of the term of the United Workers' Party, the hospital was burned down. And after about a year and a half or so, the hospital had been renovated to the point where there was going to be an opening ceremony to return the people in the stadium, the patients and workers in the stadium, back to the St. Jude Hospital. That is how complete the renovations were at the time. So within a matter of a few months, the renovations would have been completed to the point where there was already an agenda, a pamphlet for the opening, prepared for the opening ceremony of that renovated facility. Then the United Workers' Party went out of office, was voted out of office, and the Labour Party took over. During the 5 years, the Labour Party decided that they were going to build a new St. Jude Hospital. They were not going to continue with the renovation, so they stopped the renovations and decided to build a new St. Jude Hospital. After 5 years, the Labour Party was voted out of office, and there was no new St. Jude Hospital. Neither was there any funding to continue what they had started, and they called it the new St. Jude Hospital. They said that it was about 60% complete, but upon inspection and assessments and engineers going there and all the technical people going and doing their assessments, it was found out that the hospital, what they referred to as the new St. Jude Hospital, that they claim was 60% completed, was not suitable for purpose. And therefore, when we came into office, we decided to rebuild the St. Jude Hospital. So today, Madam President, we are at the point where we are seeing a silver lining at the end of that terrible cloud. And it is my hope that this hospital will be completed soon. In any case, it is at an advanced stage, much more advanced than where we found it when we came into office. So after 5 years, Madam President, of the Labour Party, they were not able to deliver a new St. Jude Hospital, and neither did they leave the finances to rebuild the new St. Jude Hospital. Madam President, I am hoping that we can now let this rest. I am not blaming anyone. All we are saying is that we take ownership of what it is that we do with the taxpayers' money. And it is the United Workers' Party that is going to complete the St. Jude Hospital, the new St. Jude Hospital. Madam President, our fellow senator spoke about schools. And I remember hotels. Where are the hotels? Where are the schools? And it is like what Senator Oje is saying. When one administration takes over, let us move on. The back and forth is not going to get us anywhere. But when we say let's move on, the opposition senators go back and rehash everything. And then they say, let us not go back there. But it is for you not to go back there first. Then we will not go back there. So, Madam President, I can recall when the Hess oil refinery was supposed to be built in St. Lucia. And one of the promises was that they would build some secondary schools for St. Lucia. And the Labour Party, as is usual and customary, created so much chaos and havoc with that project. They said that Sir John took money under the table. And as a child, Madam President, I could not understand what that meant. I always wondered, why would he take money under the table when he could have taken it on top of the table? So I can very vividly remember all the back and forth and the struggle and everything else between the Labour Party and the United Workers' Party for a project that was so significant to our people. So we ended up with an oil storage, and that oil storage company has employed many St. Lucians over the years. The Millennium Highway, Madam President, same issue. Sir John is crazy. How can he build a tunnel in St. Lucia? We don't have tunnels, we don't have need for tunnels and all kinds of things. And look at today. Can you imagine all these containers trying to maneuver the Mon Road? The Bakache would have gone down by now. So, Madam President, I'm saying there's always Point Seraphine, same story. Pigeon Point, same story. When is it going to end, Madam President? Every budget that we present in this honorable house, Madam President, it does not have enough money. It is too conservative. It is, you know, every time. When is it going to end? The people did not elect us in office, Madam President, so that we could carry out the agenda of the Labour Party. Were they expecting us to ask them to put this budget together? Because from all indication, all the calls here, more money, spend this, spend that, and so on, concessions, tax breaks, the farmers, and it doesn't matter how many times we respond. It doesn't matter how many times the Prime Minister responds in the lower house and how many times I respond to these same questions in the upper house. They still come back and ask the same questions. So when I come here now, I'm starting to feel like this is deja vu. It's always the same questions. And you feel that you are wasting your time responding, because how can intelligent people keep asking the same questions, and when you respond and give the answers, they bury their head in the sand? So after 5 years, Madam President, of the Labour Party, and now 4.5 years of the United Workers' Party, we are seeing the semblance of what is going to be a new St. Jude Hospital. Senator asked what has happened to the health insurance package. And in my presentation, Madam President, I went at length discussing the health package and where it is at right now. And I'm still hearing the question, where is the health package? I gave an entire account of what is being done at the Ministry of Health in terms of the national health insurance. And I said that we are working with a consultant who is currently putting the package together with the insurance companies in St. Lucia. And all the stakeholders are also being engaged in order to come up with the right package. And I went into some more details, Madam President, so I'm saying it again. This is where the health package is at. And I want us to note that we never mention, Madam President, UHC in St. Lucia. We do not say universal health care, because we know initially we will not be able to afford universal health care. What we are looking at is a national health insurance program for our people, and then maybe we will take it from there. Madam President, the fellow senator mentioned that we have the highest death number in the OECS. And you know, it is really not fair to the workers, the hardworking frontline workers, the workers at the Ministry of Health, who spent hours, days, weeks, months trying to get it right. We never claimed that we are an authority on COVID-19. We are learning like everybody else, and we had to adapt the protocols that were handed down to us to suit the needs of our country. So, Madam President, when I hear about that spike, and I want to read a little something from the report from the Ministry of Health on that situation. And it says, throughout 2020, the COVID-19 numbers remained manageable. However, towards the end of 2020, October, there was an upward trend in the number of positive patients, and then increasing exponentially, and then increasing exponentially in January and February of 2021. Because that is what COVID does when you follow the contact tracing program. That is what it does. It increases exponentially. So what happened in October of 2020? We've gone there. We have beaten it to the ground. The Labour Party refused to take claim to it or accept that it was their fault that we got this spike, Madam President. And here it is in the health report, that after October, that is where we had the issues with the spike. And Madam President, we talk about the science. This is the science, you know. Science does not necessarily have to be high science or anything. This is science. There's science that went into this pen, making this pen. This is the science that Ministry of Health is saying. That is what happened as a result of what happened, an incident in October, late September, early October, we got a spike that created problems. So when I heard the Labour Party tooting about the number of deaths in St. Lucia, they need to take some responsibility for that. Madam President, I was asked about income support for farmers and so on and so forth, and I want to say that again, that was addressed, that we have provided a lot of support for farmers. We had the NIC contribution. We provided assistance for households. with the food packages and concessions, the barrels was extended, and the list goes on and on and on, Madam President. But we've gone through that, and we have answered these questions, and they keep coming up. So I'm just refreshing the minds of our fellow senators that these questions have been answered. Senator asked, of course, out of concern about St. Vincent eruption, stating it has implications for us. And I want to assure him that we have a disaster preparedness committee. They are working, they are meeting every day to discuss what is happening in St. Vincent. They have their counterpart in St. Vincent that is reporting to them on a daily basis, and they are handling this. So I want to assure you that we are not closing our ears and our eyes. We had the first set of farmers who came through on the cruise ship, came to St. Lucia, and they have been flown over to Canada to work. So we are playing our part when it comes to the St. Vincent issue, and we are very cognizant that the south of our island may be impacted, and we are preparing for that as well. Madam President, the 8,000 learning devices, and of course, if we have 25,000 something students in the country and we're saying equitable education, accessible education, of course my government is going to take that into consideration when we are looking at smart in classrooms and of course making equipment accessible to students. But Madam President, Rome wasn't built in a day. We know that we do not have the finances to accommodate everybody at the same time, and this is a gradual process. We already have 8,000 students. We know that more equipment is on the way, and eventually, hopefully, our schools will become fully equipped so that no child will be left behind. And you know, Madam President, we hear of all these questions and all these asks that is coming to us now. But then this is a party that was just in office not so long ago. So why is it that they didn't do these things? Is it that they have more confidence in us, knowing that we can find the resources to do it? Because we know that they couldn't borrow money because of the state of their affairs. So clearly, they have more confidence in us, in this government, in our party, than they had in their own selves. So, Madam President, I say this to say that we are working. We are a working party, and we are working. We are not going to promise to fix everything one time, but we are working. The school feeding program, that is an ongoing program, Madam President, it has not stopped. As for school fees, Madam President, many people are not aware that there are social programs that they can access to get funding to pay if they are not able to pay school fees. But each family is assessed and it is given on an as-needs basis. Through the Department of Equity and SSDF, this is happening as we speak. So many of the programs that are being asked for in this House, Madam President, many of these programs already exist. And it is for people to find out where and how to access these programs, and they will be given the necessary assistance. In the public school system, Madam President, no child is turned away. Senator mentioned that a minister claimed he got 2 scholarships and so on. Let me assure the senator that these scholarships go through the normal process of selection through the Ministry of Education. If a senator has about 15 kids that apply in a program like that, as a senator, you monitor. As a minister of government, as a rep, you monitor to see how many the people in your constituency are going to get. And when you are informed, you are very happy that somebody qualified for it, but it goes through the normal process. I can assure you that. Because sometimes some ministers do not get anything. The senator mentioned students withdrawing from the sports academy. It would be interesting to find out, Senator, why that students are withdrawing. Some of them may have transportation issues, and all kinds of things may be cropping up. I cannot give you an answer to this one, but it is something that I am going to mention to the Minister of Youth and Sports, to Minister of Equity, so that we can see if this is the case, why is it the case that kids are pulling out. Madam President, you heard that we are creating centers of excellence. And I say that at least, and we have a lot of complaints about the centers of excellence, but I say that at least we are creating those centers of excellence, and it is a start. While we may not have everything that is required in these centers of excellence, it is a process, and we have started, and it is a very good initiative, especially for our youth, for our young people. So I cannot say that we don't have issues, but I am sure with time these issues will be resolved. And of course, the senator mentioned that the Prime Minister is modeling after Jamaica, and I really think we ought to refrain from making statements, Madam President, that we cannot substantiate. Senator St. Clair asked a question, Madam President. He said, would the government borrow money and waste it? And his answer was yes. He said, this government is wasting it. Madam President, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The senator made his entire presentation, Madam President, and not one instance of waste was he able to come up with. But he accuses this government of wastage. So to that, Madam President, I say, the mind is the measure of the man. And the oxygen plant, when Senator St. Clair mentioned the oxygen plant here, oxygen, that the hospital was out of oxygen, and the Labour Party had a lot of issues about oxygen, and every time I would check the hospital to find out that there are no issues at the hospital with oxygen. So also I want to report again, because at that sitting I reported that the St. Jude Hospital was acquiring an oxygen plant that would be able to supply all our healthcare needs in the public sector. So that plant is here, and it will be operationalized very soon. And then Senator St. Clair quoted PM's report, page 15, to say we expanded our listing and contract tracing capacity. And I want to assure him that in everything we have gaps. Our testing, our testing and contract tracing capacity, I want to say to you, Senator, we do have gaps. We accept that these gaps exist, but these are gaps that we work on. As we hear the complaints, we handle these gaps, and I want to assure you that the contact tracing capacity has been strengthened, but now we have gone back to state quarantine as a result of people not adhering to the home quarantine protocols. So we have very few cases where we allow home quarantine, and that was one of the issues we were having with our contact tracing. When you contact the people, they would not comply. They would try to hide. People would, run away, that kind of thing. So now we have resorted to state quarantine, and we have less and less issues with contact tracing. Also, we have a lot of people in the system who do not understand what is required of them when they go for testing. That is a long process. I explained that at our last sitting in the House, what you go through when you have to be tested for COVID, the difference between being quarantined and isolation, and what is expected of you, what times and so on you get tested. I went through all of that at the last sitting. And then we hear about DSH. What about DSH, Ojo Labs, ITEL BPRO, contracts and contractors, and so on, Madam President. But all of these issues, I believe we have dealt with them, we have addressed these issues. We know that these agencies create a lot of employment for our youth, for our young people. That area in Vieux-Fort is starting to thrive with a lot of young people coming from. Senator Jean-Pierre just mentioned how now you have people moving throughout the country. young people leaving Grozile, Castries, leaving the north, going to the south, and now you're having more economic activity and movement in the south. And this is really what we want, so that people do not leave the south and come down to the north to work. And although that program, like he said, they have beaten it to death, I know that the young people that are employed in these agencies, they are very happy. They make a lot more money than if they are employed in the public service at the same level in the public service. So they are very, very happy working. As long as they can apply themselves, they're very happy working there because they get compensated very nicely. On the visit to the request to visit St. Jude's site, we organized, the President of the Senate was kind enough to organize a visit for the senators in this house. At the time, Senator Sinclair, you were not yet with us. Senator Joachim was still with us. And no opposition senator showed up. The independent senators were there with us. We did the tour. And of course, Senator Joachim Henry came at the end when the tour was already finished. But he was able to take some photos and he left. So when we heard that representatives, ministers, reps are asking for, opposition reps are asking to visit St. Jude, it is no wonder that the minister got suspicious, and it's like, we already arranged for the senators at one point. They didn't show up. So who is to say that at this point in time? This is a construction site, and therefore they have to make arrangements for people to go there. And, we have to be sensitive to all of these issues. And of course, Madam President, I am very disappointed because when Senator Jawahir came into the Senate, I was happy that the Labour Party had found it fitting to add a woman to their cadre of senators. And I have been waiting, and I'm waiting so that the young senator can, pick up and, adapt to the standing orders, what happens in the Senate and so on, presentation and so on. But Madam President, I'm not seeing it. I had the same innuendo, the same rhetoric, and really and truly, I would expect that a person at that level, at the senator level, representing the youth, Madam President, in this Senate, that she would try to do better than what I'm seeing right now. I am very disappointed because I know I interact with youth. I go to the schools sometimes and so on and give little lectures and so on. And I know that I meet quite a few young people who are very astute, very articulate, and very, very respectable of protocols and of agencies and institutions and rules and regulations. And I do not see it in our young senator. Of course, I am hoping, I'm saying that, Madam President, with the hope that, given time, my fellow senator is going to get with the program, so to speak. Because to come and say that Rastafarians, we still have not decriminalized marijuana, and you're saying that to a health minister. We go to all the different meetings with the ganja growing people, the Rastafarians, the people who, the marijuana association and so on. We have had extensive meetings with them and with all people from all walks of society, lawyers, legal persons and everything. We have a big report that came out of all of these meetings, and the work is ongoing. So to come and accuse this government of not decriminalizing marijuana, you don't just wake up one day and say we will decriminalize marijuana. When you look at what is going on at the Mental Wellness Center, Madam President, and the fact that we do not have the social programs to support a lot of the issues that can stem out of marijuana use and narcotics use and drug use, we have to be extremely careful how we go about decriminalizing marijuana. The intention is there, but we have to ensure that we have the social support for persons who are already dependent on marijuana use. So it is not just to come in here and make, very loose statements about, issues that are so very important. Madam President, and again, Senator Jawahir mentioned friends, family, and foreigners. Madam President, we are a government that's proud to embrace everyone. Are we saying that we ought not to be embracing our friends, our family? We have lots of family in the diaspora. We have friends in the diaspora. They interact, they live in a foreign country with foreign people. Are we saying that all these people should just come home? We have to be careful how we speak, Madam President, about people. These are the same foreigners that we go to get consultants, to get financing, to get funding for many of our programs. Our students go to school overseas, universities. We are in all kinds of countries all over the world. So we cannot show that we have any kind of disdain for foreigners, because our people have to interact with them. Madam President, many of our investors are foreigners. And these people provide jobs for our people. So is it wrong for the United Workers' Party to embrace friends, family, and foreigners? We as a people need to be careful. I have studied and I have read, Madam President, and do you know that the basis, what forms the basis of all the poverty we have in the world, is a lack of love for our fellow man? It is a lack of love for each other, lack of love for our fellow man. That is the basis. And I heard Senator Ogier talk about our youth. The youth that's right in CXC today will be able to vote in 5 years' time or so. But, Madam President, how do we treat our youth in this country? How do we treat them? Do we love one another? Our neighbor. We don't even want to say hello to people when we pass them on the street anymore, because we say, "Ça c'est un flambeau." And when I say good morning to people, they cut their eyes the way we say that you can coupe les yeux, Madam President. Puisque si vous êtes allé, il y a un flambeau qui là. We need to be careful how we treat people. Friends, family, and foreigners, Madam President, they are important. We say Black Lives Matter. We try to import it from the States and bring it into St. Lucia. We are all black here. And we are all friends, family, and foreigners. Some of these foreigners help to build our country. And they employ us and they employ our children. So we need to be careful, Madam President. These friends, family, and foreigners, it is a good thing. It is a good thing for us to be praised for embracing a party that embraces friends, family, and foreigners. What is Ojo Labs and ITEL B Pro? What is Sandals, the owners of most of these hotels? So, Madam President, we as a people need to know that love makes the world go round, and we need to be careful how we treat each other and treat people. Madam President, I heard about the sagasam, the sea moss, the coconut, and so on and so forth. A lot of good ideas, Madam President. But like the young gentleman who is now an entrepreneur, world-renowned, who took up the sagasam sea moss and made fertilizer out of it and is making something, making a name for St. Lucia and himself, I believe that young people, like our senator, can educate other young people, can encourage other young people to do things like that. It's not just to come and say government, government, government. Government doesn't have to do everything, Madam President. But then government will assist you if you start an initiative. And that is where the young people have to go. It's not just to sit and expect government to do everything, Madam President. So I am calling on our Senator Joair to start something, because she seems to have a lot of ideas, good ideas, Madam President. And of course, I have heard the theme for today's sitting seems to be 2 St. Lucias. Madam President, I do not know where or how we can have 2 St. Lucias. I know one. I do not know whether now we are ascribing one to SLP and one to UWP. I do not know now if we are ascribing one, the UWP St. Lucia to be the care in St. Lucia, and the SLP St. Lucia that not care in St. Lucia? I do not know, because I also heard about this government don't care, this government care, this government don't care, and it is their government that care. But our government is a caring government. And this is why when the United Workers' Party government is in power, Madam President, you see the entire environment changes. You see the spirit of small business, medium-sized businesses, everybody is working and everybody is, doing something. People are building houses that were down for years, people couldn't finish. You see them finishing those homes. Construction is going on, people paint their homes. And you get a general sense of a better living standard when the United Workers' Party is in power, Madam President. So this budget, in spite of all the fight down and all it's not enough on one side, it's too much coming from some others. We do not know what to do in the Senate, because you hear in both sides. You're hearing some people saying it's not enough, some people saying it's too conservative. At the same time, some people like, it's COVID and this budget does not address the COVID issues, and so on. But we get the call for additional concessions, additional tax breaks. So when the government gives all these concessions and all these tax breaks, and when the government have to provide for the youth and not collect monies in schools, not collect money anywhere, where is the revenue going to come from to run this country? Where is the money going to come from to assist the farmers, where is it going to come from? So, Madam President, I sit there, I try to take in all the ideas and everything else, but at the end of the day, it leaves me very confused. Because we cannot be called upon with so many asks, and we do not know where the income, where the revenue is going to come from to do all of these asks. Madam President, I know that we heard a phrase all the time about ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I want us as St. Lucian people to always ask ourselves this question. Ask what we can do for our country. Madam President, when we came in office, we had to build a new St. Jude. OKEU was not open. Victoria Hospital was in a mess. Soufrière Hospital, renovations, wellness center, the Chaussee Health Center, Madam President, broken down schools, all kinds of broken down government infrastructure, banana industry in disarray, with black Sikatoga infestation, and you name it. And the government was unable to borrow money because the house was not in order. We had termite-infested and decaying police stations, courthouses, the leaking and dilapidated airport, East Coast Road project they cannot get financing for, a clogged up Roseau Dam, and Madam President, the list goes on and on and on. And of course, it was very interesting to hear Independent Senator Oje talk about the trickle down. And he said it is offensive. But if Senator Oje thinks trickle down is offensive, Madam President, I would love to know what he thinks about the Malay syndrome. Yes, the Malay. Because it seems that the care of the former administration was to keep people calling themselves and figuring out that they are the Malay way. Keeping people as Malay way. We heard about the development focus. We are losing our people to crime, poverty, the brain drain, and so on. I have already addressed that it takes love to make the world go round. And you know, Madam President, I wish to leave here by saying that, and of course people ask sometimes Sir John and COVID. Sir John was never had a COVID situation. So we really do not know how Sir John would act or react to COVID. Of course, Senator Oje, I don't want Senator to think that we are not taking his contribution in stride. For a senator who has worked under both administrations, I believe that, and of course as advisor to a former prime minister, I believe that we ought to consider, or we do consider, some of Senator Oje's contributions. It's just that, like I said, sometimes I remain very confused because I'm hearing of all these asks, and I don't know where the revenue is going to come from to finance these asks. The transformation shift that Senator Oje spoke of has already been articulated by our Prime Minister, and of course I presented that part coming from the Ministry of Health. Subsidized industries, agriculture, farmers, I have already dealt with that, Madam President. Madam President, I am going to try to end here. I think I have given responses in this honorable House. Our Prime Minister has responded over and over again at every sitting. Some of the same questions are being asked and responses are provided at every juncture. It is starting, like I said, to feel like deja vu. So we know, Madam President, that that time is approaching when the bell will toll. Madam President, and when it does, it will toll for the Labour Party. The bell will toll, and it will toll for the Labour Party, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I rest.
Honorable Senators, Senator Mauricia Thomas Francis asked me to convey her regrets for not being able to make it today, as she is now not feeling well. Honorable Senators, the question is that the appropriation 2021-2022 bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the services of the State of St. Lucia for the year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, since this is a money bill, I would beg to move that the appropriation 2021-2022 bill not be committed to committee stage under Standing Order 65, and that the appropriation 2021-2022 bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the appropriation 2021-2022 bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motions.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Appropriation Act 2021-2022.
Motions.
Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided Whereas it is provided by Section 3 of the National Savings and Development Bonds Act, Cap 1525, that under the authority of a resolution of Parliament, that the Minister of Finance may raise by the issue of savings bonds inside and outside of St. Lucia money up to the amount of $2,400,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars for financing such capital or other expenditure and for such debt refinancing as he or she determines. And whereas it is further provided under Section 4 of the National Savings and Development Bonds Act, Cap 15.25, that the bonds shall be issued in such form and on such terms and conditions that the Minister of Finance directs, and whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum rate of 7%, A, the amount of $247,200,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars for financing the 2021-2022 budget, B, the amount of $383,700,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars for refinancing existing debts. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum rate of 7%, A, the amount of $247,200,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars for financing the 2021-2022 budget. B, the amount of $383,700,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars for refinancing existing debts. Madam President, this resolution is necessary for government to raise the funds stated in the estimates of revenue and expenditure and approved in the appropriation bill. It is customary as part of the process of approval of the budget to also pass a resolution giving permission for the Minister of Finance to borrow funds to support the budget. The resolution states the amounts and the purpose of these amounts. There is a financial gap, Madam President, which we have to approve borrowing for as well. I am presenting this resolution, Madam President, for the approval of this Honorable House.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Parliament authorize the Minister for Finance to raise on the regional government securities market or through private placement at a maximum rate of 7%, A, the amount of $237,200,000 EC dollars for financing the 2021-2022 budget, B, the amount of $383,700,000 for refinancing the existing debts. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, if you will just allow me to say a few words before we close. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, on the eve of our upcoming national elections and the presentation of our budget in the final year of our 5-year term, I wish to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to my government for the opportunity to continue to serve my country, St. Lucia, in this honorable house under the leadership of our esteemed Prime Minister, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney. I wish to thank our Honorable Prime Minister for his sterling leadership throughout these turbulent times, and my fellow cabinet colleagues for their love and unwavering support throughout this pandemic. My fellow senators, Madam President of the Senate, the staff of this honorable house, for all the hours and energy we put into ensuring the business of our government is taken care of, and the time we spend together doing so, for that I thank you. The hard-working public officers in all walks of life who work assiduously to ensure that government programs are executed flawlessly and expediently I thank you. The frontline workers who provided their love, time, energy, care, and support at a time when our country needed them most, I thank you. The media, our press, GIS, NTN, for taking our messages out and informing the world, I thank you. Our corporate partners, brothers and sister countries in this region, and friendly countries around the world, in particular Cuba, Taiwan, India, and Mexico, to name a few, who assisted us during this pandemic, I thank you. I extend our heartfelt thanks to our sister islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who just about a week prior to the eruption of the volcano in that country, sent us 5,000 vaccines to aid in our vaccination effort. I thank you and pray that the good Lord continue to bless you and all the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. All my fellow brothers and sisters, citizens, St. Lucians, who in one way or another adhered to the COVID protocols and encourage others to do so as well, I thank you. The people of Castries South, a constituency that I have really fallen in love with, for your unwavering support, I thank you. The chefs and cooks who provide our meals, I thank you. The religious persons, pastors, and godly prayer warriors who come to pray with us in this house, I thank you. And my God, who continues to guide and protect me, I honor and obey you. Thank you, Lord. Madam President, I am happy to report that today marks 14 clear days after the Easter break. Our government, on the advice of the technical personnel and the command center, had the foresight to put the necessary curfews in place over the Easter weekend. And without meaning to boast, but for reporting sake, I wish to state that we have managed the numbers of COVID-19 positive cases, and our precautions seem to be bearing fruit. Of course, we are keeping our fingers crossed as we continue to hope that the vaccine rollout will give us the necessary protection to completely reopen our economy. As of April 16th, we had 3 new cases out of 103 samples, 3 recoveries, 91 active cases, 2 COVID-19 related deaths, both with underlying health conditions. We have administered close to 24,000 first doses of the vaccine and about 35 second doses of the vaccine. In the meantime, Madam President, I am calling on all our citizens and visitors alike to continue to follow the COVID protocols until such time that we can start to dispose of our mask and breathe freely again. On that note, Madam President, I wish to request from you permission to call for a moment of silence in observance of the 64 brothers and sisters with COVID-19 complications who passed, and all our citizens who passed during the past financial year. May their soul rest in peace. It would be remiss of me if I did not express heartfelt condolences to our fellow former Senator Joachim Henry and his family. Madam President, as I take my seat, I would appreciate if we have a moment's silence. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned, sine die.
Just before we adjourn, I want to thank Mesdames clerks of the Parliament and the staff of the Parliament for all their hard work and support during the year. I'd also like to thank our Parliament chaplain for his prayers. Thank you to the Sergeant-at-Arms, our new Sergeant-at-Arms, and the police officers that look after our safety and the good order. Thank you to GIS NTN, as usual, for their fine broadcasting and always showing up, and for the long hours that they remain with us. And to all senators, I wish you all the very best in all your future endeavors. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do stand adjourned, sine die. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
And we've come to the end of the debate on the 2021-2022 budget. The appropriation bill has been passed by the Senate, and the appropriation bill, which we refer to as the budget, was delivered by Prime Minister Honorable Alan Chasney in the lower house on the 13th of April 2021 under the theme Adapting, Overcoming and Persevering. We are a resilient nation. And of course, that theme being very reflective of a call by the Prime Ministers and the government by extension for St. Lucians to rally together as we face the COVID-19 impact. Certainly the theme of the budget also reflective of the theme for independence. We are a resilient nation. We can, we will. The budget is in the sum of $1.639 billion, and $1.360 billion is for the expenditure. Capital expenditure is estimated at $278.6 million, and the budget is set to be financed by the recurrent revenue of $1.001 billion, and that will be comprising of tax revenue in the sum of $909.02 million. Also, non-tax revenue will amount to $92.69 million, with grants set at $121.26 million. The remainder of the budget will be financed by a combination of loans and the proceeds of asset sales. And I say we want to thank you so much from all of us here at the Government Information Service National Television Network. I am Lucia Joseph, thanking you so much for enjoying the broadcast over the last week. We started on April 13, as I indicated, and we have been so very pleased to bring you that broadcast and to have you be part of what is the people's agenda is in the St. Lucia Parliament. I'm Lucia Joseph. See you during the next broadcast.